see how many people we get in here today. Don't know how to advertise these things. Must be a link. Share. Spam it out. Okay. Bo, how you doing? Yeah, what are we looking at? Interesting close. Very interesting close. Good morning. So. Sol's got a bunch of new liquidity pouring in. Yeah, don't worry, I get it. I get it. Boo, boo. What's this? Okay. Nope. Got a few more people. Got 5 people. So funny feeling it's going to go up before it goes down. And feelings should have nothing to do with trading. But I shouldn't say feeling. I should probably say there's a couple of things I've done. Yeah, it's a bad close. It's a really bad close overall. But it doesn't mean it goes straight down. So this just like on this 1 hour chart as an example, you've got a range top here which was tested, so that's from back here. That was that 190 rejection that we had here. So it was a prior origin level of support, which basically has now flipped into resistance. And then sitting up above that one, you've got this one, which is the 191, so 191.823. And then just below that, you've got a hold level, which is 191.332. So we're still holding the uptrend on the 1 hour currently. We've got a broken range trend to retest, or to attempt to retest. It's all the way up here. There's basically a whole bunch of stuff for retests all in here. And it's all sort of between 190 and 192. And then if we look across at the, say, higher time frames, the 4 hour would have a range trend to retest up here in the 190s. We've got our next trend coming down here, which is probably a little bit lower than that. So, well, it's about 190 something. And all we've really got to do is get a 4 hour close over this steep little range trend that's been holding the price down. And it's already in a position where it's still above the uptrend. So that would give a bounce up, and that would hit that 191 target. And the 191 target is a backside target from this candle over here, which is also trying to get to 191. Problem is it's got stuck under the trend, so it may even take a day to do it. It can push through there as long as it starts early enough, and this is more of a sign that we're probably gonna, if we have that push up, it's just going to be a bit of a trap really, because it's going to come up into here from the wrong side of the trend and then end up retracing down most likely. We've got a whole candle on the back side of this daily range here, and this is the bit that looks quite interesting, is that if we look at the levels that are part of this whole candle, firstly we should be able to achieve the daily target of this one before we run into any of the ones that create rejection from this. Then once we reject from this, level 1, which is this 188, could be it. Level 2, which is this 179.693, is the origin support level that has been created by the prior daily range. So it's also possible we don't get to the 191 area immediately. What we might do is we might reject off this trend or off this 188 level, push down to the level 2, which is both a target for the range structure of this, but it's also the support of this, which would bounce us back up to the hold, which would complete the daily move for this. So there's a couple, yeah. The only thing we don't really know is do we go down first and then up, or do we just yeah, do we either do this, push through here to here, and come back down to here, which in theory would be quite bullish, because if we'd already tested the hold level and then we hit the origin level, then it's going to bounce to a higher point. So that would be something like that. The other option is we go down first to this, which then takes us to this. And then that would reject. And of course, it all then depends where it closes. If it closes inside the 1618, then it's probably going to attack the hold level and try to break it. It may go higher, like it might go here or something up in here, but it'll be in that area. And yeah, if it didn't hard close under here again, then it would probably try to keep moving up. But yeah, basically the targets for this thing and the support that's in this area, they match. So definitely going to get some kind of move between here and here. I think BTC, yeah, yeah, very possible. Because BTC actually closed up inside this origin support level. So it can come down and just tap the 109s and then push up into the 112s or 113. And the thing with this is there's multiple targets, because you've got these older levels, the 112s, where you've got the more current level, which is up here at 115, and then past 115 you hit 117, and if you were to retest the range trend, that's 118. So that's all very possible. Key thing is that it's starting from underneath everything, though. So if that happens, it's really a trap, unless it can stay up there, close candles, open next one, and just start hard closing things as it goes up. So, and then there's areas down here that it could drop down to. And this also has support, daily support, nestled in here at about that 107. So 107 would, so that's already kind of been hit. So maybe the body 111 or the break or the origins. So it's see what that monthly closed like. The monthly close on Bitcoin, I don't think was actually that bad. No. So all that's happened with this is the trend has shifted. So you got this trend now about 105. It can bounce the price, but this is specifically just Bitcoin, and it can also be dived. Whereas if we look at the entire market cap, so it's 2 month. Where are we? Okay, it's daily. Yeah. Whereas if we look at the entire market cap, it's a bit of a different story. So we managed to stay inside that third level. So you could get a bounce between those two. We're under the whole candle. It's only a single candle though at this stage, so it's not a range. So it'd be something else. What else do we have? We had a 19-day close today, I think. Yeah, so the 19-day closes got a hold level here, which is more likely to have a rejection, and it's under the range trends plural. It's a great area to reject from. But it's also got this one for support. So in fact, this is actually probably going to go up initially. 19 minute. Of course, you might get 19 minutes worth of relief. Okay. Now let's look at the big one. Oh yeah. Actually, that's don't know if that's really that bad because the wick's so long. So you've got a range trend down here. So that could be a dump. Not as bad as that dump, but it could be a dump. And then body of the hold is where it would target. Yes, please, lots of likes. We like likes. What other closes do we have today? 2, 3, 6, 9, 17, 18. That's tomorrow. Oh, we have 2, 4, 8, 16, 19, 38. 8, 16, 19, 38. Okay. So that's got a range trend down here. So that'd have a first touch bounce if it came down. And it could go up first, reject off the trend. It's not too bad. Could bounce the trend. The hold's already tested. So target the upper levels. It's actually quite bullish, that. Was it 248? 16, 19, 38. Yeah, this is where it kind of gets a bit more bearish. So that would be rejection anywhere from there up, which is pretty close to where it is now. And then a move between those levels potentially. And if it keeps going, it'll find support on the range trend. And in an ideal world, if it actually goes down first, then it can have a pretty good move back up. Just going to be a bit of pain first. And it's sitting on the trend. Might bounce off the backside of the trend and head back up to 3.55 to reject off it. And that's got a really, really, really steep range trend, which it could dive down to and then bounce off. All right, so I think the general consensus is it's not bear market yet, but there's plenty of reasons for it to dump. And then there's plenty of support for it to dump into. I get a drink on these. It's a bit early in the day though. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to change. I'm not going to change anything really. I think I'll just continue to look at Sol hitting 191. But I'd expect it's going to have pretty good rejection from there. Just don't know quite how it's going to get there. So you have to pump through that, which means it happens soon or earlier in the day, or it's going to go down first. What's in here? 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour. Yeah, it might just have to be the next 4 hour candle on this one. So this one probably just needs to sneak up a little bit before close, and the next one open up on top of the trend, and then it could go up there. So I've got a pretty decent amount of liquidity. They might just want to fill these gaps up if they are going to go up to 191, because it would be up about here. So maybe some bit more boring sideways price action, maybe. And that first rejection wick on BTC kind of lines up with that red line, just above the red line about here. Right. Yeah, I think we're going. I think we'll go and get the little alien. Over there somewhere. Don't know if we'll get all the way up here, but that should be pretty achievable. Did you see how AEI 16Z went? Pop. Straight through. And this is probably gonna keep going up. So just like on this one, if you get a daily trend break, assuming it doesn't do what AI 16Z did, but if this closes a daily trend break from up here down to here, then you could just open a swing long up to the hold candle up the top here. This thing actually really should go all the way up to this range trend at some point. It's broken that range trend. It's broken this really old down facing range trend, everything on that candle. So pretty much ever since that candle, it's gonna wanna, blah blah, and do something like that. So it should go up to there. So you could take it as either part of that bigger move it's kind of already in, or you could just wait, see if you get a accumulation close there, and then just take the smaller move, which is what I would do personally, because the market at the moment is just too hot and cold to really trust anything lasts a long time. Actually, you should probably even check out what this thing actually is, what this token actually is, because that range trend that it's actually broken is the all-time high range trend. So in theory, the price is going to go back up above all-time high. It's probably going to come retest this. Maybe this thing is actually of some kind of narrative importance. Maybe it's about to get shilled or something. What it is. Quick search on X. $sign AVNT. Breaking big again. AVNT below $1 feels like a loading zone. Blah blah blah. Shill shill shill. What is it? I don't know what this thing actually is. Next target $1.70. Yeah, okay, that's there. It's probably not the next target. Next target should probably be that, but AV Advantis. Some kind of DEX. Oh. the largest real-world asset perps DEX on base, enabling trading of real-world assets. Sounds shillable. Yeah, it's got all the structure for making a big move. It's just whether it does it from here or whether it goes up. This would be your perfect buy down here, which is a hell of a lot lower than where it is now. But it might just be too late for that. Yeah, it might have been that whole candle, that wick. That could have been it. We'll be targeting up here. Is there anything else obvious? Oh yeah. Got a weekly hold. Single candle, but everything else looks like it is going up anyway at a lower time frame, so that's something. 3-day hold. Might get a range trend. Let's check monthly. Not much to look at there. Anything else? Oh, that's not good. Yeek. The good news is we'll know one day it goes to 0. Yeah, I don't think I'd take anything more than one daily level at a time on that. See what it looks like tomorrow. See if it's if it creates a origin base here, then you could enter on that and just take the break level and call it a day at 36% on reasonable leverage. Or if it just breaks but hasn't gone up too high, then we'll take that. Lower leverage because it could swing down first before up, but that would be, leave that for tomorrow. There's not much good about Sui. I mean, there'd be some stuff like if it does go for a bit of a dive down to this, you could scalp it back up to that whole candle. Yeah, that's just crapping out. So all the first touches give trades. So if you just took where are we? There. So first touch of this gives some kind of move. Up, yep. So you just take it to the, you would have just taken that really, that little move there into this. In turn, it then goes on to create that level. Yeah, creates it there. Then take that. So this level to this. So just sort of like 5%, 4-5%, 4-5%, that kind of thing every few days. That's where we are now. So if this candle closes up yellow, then the next one doesn't come back down, then the next time it comes back down, you'd be able to take a trade off this level here and take it to the up. So overall, it looks like it's just dying, but still some trades, still giving trades. That seems a bit weird. So if this closes up here today, then just long it up to that. So close above here, long to here. Not quite that much percentage in between here. So it could be 6%. How long do we call it the bear market? I don't think. I don't think it is. I think the structure looks really crappy, and I think it's either we're either going to see a blow off top and then the bear market, or we're going to go down and bounce and go find higher highs. It's like if they really wanted to just nuke this thing, they wouldn't have closed back up above this. And that's just giving it something to bounce off. So it's just strange. So they closed under trend. That makes it slow and boring and restrictive. And if it does push up, then it pulls back, and that's kind of like trappy. But it's not totally bearish. a blue candle closing under trend is bearish. It's not that. But then a blue candle with a big wick closing under trend and still closing above the horizontal support. So imagine they dive this down today, then they bring it back up, they close down technically, but above the horizontal, shift the trend to the bottom of the wick. That's actually bullish, like because it's just kind of like picking up the resistance and moving it to one side and getting it out of the way so it can go up. So it's not that bad. It's only when you start to look at those high time frames that you know what they're going to do. Yeah, even this, like this closed, technically this closed inside the trend. So it's tested the hold level already. Didn't test the body, so the trend can bounce that back up into this space up in here. So that's not actually that bad. It's probably, it's not going to go to the moon from here, but it could go up there, it could stuff around for a bit, it could reject again, but it's not too bad. This is a single candle hold, so it can reject, but it's still above the trend. It's got a range trend for support. It's got no super reason to be an aggressive rejection of that. This is bearish. This is probably the worst thing about all of it. And that's a hard close underneath that old 8-day range. So, but at the same time, it created that support trend. So you've got one of the most bearish things that we could see, which caused a $20,000 drop last time it happened, but it created a support trend. So it could actually push up. It's tested the hold level already. So, it would potentially go all the way up to some kind of 117 area, which would be this origin level here. So it's just not out of the question for this to go and grab all that liquidity, but it definitely looks like it would be a liquidity grab because it's coming from the wrong side of all of those trends. It's coming from the wrong side of that range trend, from that range trend, and hitting that origin level wouldn't hit that break level, so it wouldn't be escaping that range. And yeah, so if it pushes up to 117, high five, take some profits and expect it to then screw you over and go the other way. And this is just like in the middle. So if we look at the levels, we've got a prior broken trend running through here, which we could go hit. That's around 116, 117. We've got the downtrend, which we could go hit. That's around 116 to 117. We've got a so this is the hard close candle of this up facing range trend. This one's the hard close. This one hasn't done the retest. This one could do the retest. That's actually like 120s. That's even higher, but it would still, I mean, first touch rejection, dump. But yeah, so this could get to, it's inside the wick of the whole candle. So, I mean, that it could go up into this body area in here. And we've got a range trend there at 112. Got this range trend up here at 116, the normal trend at 117. So, and the other side of it's down towards 100k. Most bearish rejection would probably be this one. That could just reject straight off. Straight off 110, 450. Anything above that could reject. If it goes back up and tries to test that trend up there, then that would be around that 116. If it goes up to the reverse side of the uptrend, then that would be 118. So again, anywhere in that area. But it could literally happen at 110, 450 as well. But I don't think I'd call it the bear market because you've still got, this is an interior uptrend and it's not broken. Still got that exterior. Just means we go and say hi to 100K. Just like we all wanted to. Let's see what this is. Yeah, or it can go to all-time high. So it still held that top 1618 area. So it can bounce to 128. Complete and utter blow off top, really, like if it starts to go up there. It pretty much means you could say it'll either reject off something like the 128 level or the 148 level, and then somewhere within the next 38 days, it's going to be back down here again. Yeah. Yeah, between 100K and 93, I think, be quite happy. And maybe with it going to 88. See, levels like these ones. 93, 570. Not a bad place to buy spot long term. Then you got like prior broken trends down here, which are like 80K. The only thing that bothers me a little bit about this is, I think it's this one. Oh, no, it's not that one. I found a time frame earlier that has a target at about 30 something, which is well and truly lower than what everyone's expectations are for. Oh, yeah, it might be this. Oh, no, that was the bottom. No, that was the one. No, forget that. And monthly trend has moved. So we got 102 is now trend support to bounce. Yeah, so this one, so back to 89. So I'd definitely buy spot at 89 if it comes back down there. And even just stuff like this. This is just, it's all just really stock standard TA. Hard closed, no retest yet. It took 2 candles for the monthly retest to happen on BTC for the break level, and so we could, there's 95 if it dipped down. And all it would do if it did that, if it came down and hit that, is just bounce back up again to test the top. So it's a pretty safe area to buy spot. And maybe it turns out that maybe that turns out to be the top, but the lower high would be up here somewhere. So buying there's not bad. Exit. Same thing this is telling us really. So we still opened the new candle above 3.58, so we can bounce from there to 4.21 at least. And then 4.8 maybe if it goes up. Don't know if we'll see that reverse trend, but you never know. Imagine if it went to 8.49. Heard to see that coming. Yeah. There's a lot of ways this can get up. I mean, even just if you spend another 46 minutes without the candle touching this line, then the next time it touches this line, and that could be the next candle or the one after, it would have confluence of trend, support, and pretty free air all the way up to 190. Maybe, test one of these range trends, maybe hit the target. So it could come in the next, what's that, next 2 to 3 hours, which probably lines up with 2 to 3 hours for the 4 hour to close, roughly where it is. And then that would be able to bounce off the trends and head up to the target. So structurally, the possibilities for all these time frames kind of line up. The move might just take another 2 hours and 45 minutes before it can kick off, assuming it closes in the right place. And if it was to close up as a candle, then this is consolidation rather than ranging. So that means that's not a hold level. So not on that time frame anyway. And it sort of makes sense because if it's going to do it, it has to do it early in the day. If you're going to go pushing through this thing and hit these levels up here, you got to do it early. It's probably going to be back down here before the end of the day. Yeah. Boring times. Accumulation break level created. Is anyone trading anything? Anyone want to look at anything? Or should we just ship post on X? Yeah, same really. It may be like that Fartcoin trade the other day where that's it, we hit that 1 day long target and then market nukes. Zeus trade suffers from the Marty curse. Let's see. Hey, K puppy. Doesn't stand for kicked puppy, does it? Oh boy. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Surely it's not possible to go to negative 21 cents, but mm. Did you take this candle right here? Okay. So here's something that might help. If the candle like this completely engulfs the wick, and then if the 1618 roughly lines up with the wick, gets retested, and then bounces to any of the higher levels, that's kind of like the move playing out. So it would be so we let it close. Let's see, open. It's just death, isn't it? Close, open. Brutal. Oh no, this might actually still go up. It's just bleeding out. Yes, it didn't. So it opened there. No. There, didn't go to there. There, didn't go to there. No, it might still play out. It might just come down to here first and bounce. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe a couple more 4-hour trend breaks, and then it might move. Yep. And just adjust your target ever so slightly to go to the wick of that, just under that. Yeah, it just looks like it's going through cycles. So it'll be normally 5 or 6 trend breaks, and then starts to curve up. And targets would be these. Good luck. As a rule, don't trade anything Marty talks about. He's cursed. Yeah, just waiting for Sol to go up. So could scalp that level if it just works through the trend and touches that. Just see if it doesn't touch this level for the next 35 minutes and then long that. And if you're going to long anything, it's probably better to long closer to the close of the 4-hour, just because it's still going to have that resistance, and it'll probably try to pop that resistance closer to the end of the time rather than earlier. And this is still a problem. It's been under that trend for any longs, but it hasn't hard closed it yet, so can't expect it to dip. Other ones. Not do anything with that. That was the, don't know if you remember this chart, but that was that greedy entry on the daily down here in the 15-minute. So that's entry. So we're just waiting for that to get up to here. This will probably reject off something up in there. Long if it keeps coming down. Hasn't done a first touch of this steep range trend yet. So if it does it today, it's probably going to be in line with tapping that hold candle, which you could long. And long it back up to the hold at the top here. This one for tomorrow, if it recovers this area of support, which it should do. You could try long in it now, but I wouldn't. If it dips further down, there's that prior broken trend coming through here, and that means you'd be able to get a pretty good entry about there. Nothing with Tesla. This does look like it's going to go up to 476 though. That looks really strong, but it might reject the 0.817 and then come back to the 0.717 or to the hold. But again, there'd be a long in this thing if it came back down. It's probably, what could that reject off? It's not too much that could reject off actually. It's looking really strong. Took the tiniest little trade on this. Basically that. There. And this one probably for tomorrow as well on the daily, just if it breaks the downtrend and then just long it up level by level. So that was that. That would have been that daily entry we spoke about a few days back actually. So if anyone took that, you just keep holding it, see if it breaks the trend. And Aster closed up over the monthly. So what we didn't want to see with Aster is we didn't want to see it close below the body of that first monthly candle, and it hasn't. So it, polarity kicked in, kept the price up above. So Aster should be pretty good for longs. It's just a case of getting a reasonable entry. The most obvious places to enter are either going to be this level here, but tomorrow, assuming it hasn't touched it, or this level down here if it takes a dip today. And other than that, if it does just keep going, then what will happen is this will become the hold candle for the new range. And then you can work through your various levels based on that. This is the kind of thing that tells you you're onto seeing the future is when the second level of the hold candle lines up with the hold of the prior range. So you go, hold on a second, that number, that level, based off this candle, means this thing is probably going to try and make a range. And it's going to be that being your top, and that was likely your bottom. So it's, which means it's likely that this finishes up for the day somewhere above that wick. So you could start swing trade positions on this kind of thing, just laddering in. If it never goes down, this is the best entry. And if it does go down, then you could ladder in on the, well, if it goes down today, it'd be down here, but yeah. BTC's about to take that. So BTC is probably about a couple of $100 away from hitting that first thing that could reject. Yeah, and some new open interest just appeared at exactly the right place. 110,450. God love trend lines. Okay. There's also just, if you really feel like taking a 15-minute scalp, there's this little fella down here. If it wicks down into this. Or this level. Just not very big. Just not very big percentages. Too condensed. There we go. Can you look at arc? Yep. That's been an accumulation for a really long time. It looks like it's brewing to pop. So that's above a break level. That was the origin reversal. It's tested the hold. That was a fake out. That was the liquidity grab. That's the reversal. That thing could explode. What is it? From the AI craze. Oh yeah. I mean, if you ask me, it looks like it's been an accumulation for a really, really long time. It has tested resistances up here. It's trending up. And there's a few layers in there that, like, these are definitely resistance, but it can also create like a cascading effect where it can sort of just, closing over, particularly this one actually, because this is kind of like a fake out scenario where they close over the top and then just dump anyway to liquidate everyone that longs. So everyone that longed the breakout here got liquidated here. And then whoever bought all of those positions is probably going to take it up higher. So it doesn't actually look that bad. See if there's anything scary on the monthly or yeah, even this is like they pulled it back up within the wick. So stuff like that. If they wanted to take another quick dump on this, they would have just closed that down just a little bit more. The wick there has been tested. It's already gone down. Yep. Perfect tap of the 2. So, yeah, it might be ready to go up. The only thing you don't have here is a trend break on the monthly. You're on the right side of it to break it, but see if we got a weekly. Oops. So you got a weekly range trend. You've broken the weekly range trend. See if we've got a bigger one. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is looking very bullish. See that there? That's your weekly range low. That's your liquidity grab. You've also got that. You can probably just watch this for weekly close, and if it closes back up within those areas, everything's good to pop because it's already tested the weekly holds, which is that pump candle that just shot up there. And there's only a single blue candle, so there's no break on the weekly. It gives you that as a target, followed by that. And let's see how many trends it's cycled through. So the weekly range trend is already broken. And if you treat it as a standard trend, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what would you consider that to be? Break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So typically you go through 6 and then you look for your entry, or 5. 5 to 6 look for your entry. Liquidity grab, recovery of this. Depends how absolutely cautious you want to be. You could, and you may just miss it because it might just explode, but you could wait for it to get back up in here, do one more week without touching it, then touch it, then explode. That could happen, or it could just explode. Like, you don't know, but it's not bad, and it just hasn't had that markup phase yet. Like, this is your release, and everyone shills the crap out of it, and then they all get liquidated, and then they all sell cheap to the whales, which is all this big volume through here, and then markup. And if it bounces the weekly, you could look to target, I don't know, that would be that, or even that would be quite conservative for a target if it was to really pop. And of course, any break levels. So that's an origin. That's a break level. That's a nothing. Yep. Maybe use that just in case that doji is tricky. So yeah, you just TP, 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 TP. $81, $113, $236, $550, $739. And you could also look to be super greedy and take these levels as well, but yep. Let's see if we can find the daily trend break. No, do not short this. Do not short this, man. Like you've seen those tokens where they just God candle, and they do it because number one, they're projects that people just aren't really going to question it, and they do it because the whales have put a ton of, they've accumulated a ton of it, um, and they do it because there's not really that much interest in them, so it's really really easy to send them up. Like I was talking to someone about this morning. If you consider what's happening as this price is coming down, people are getting liquidated, which means they have sold. They're capitulating, which means they have sold. What By the time you get down here, the majority of the tokens have moved from the many to the few. Who's the resistance if the price starts to get pushed up? It has to be sellers. But if the price is being pushed up by the few and they're not selling, there's no resistance. So you can just, like, once you've got a whole bunch of people in and then capitulated them all out, and then you own most of the tokens, you can God candle it. And then when it goes up like that, people start to chase it, the same people. Like they go, oh, I had this at 64 cents and it's at 25. Oh, it's probably going back to all-time high. And then they start buying it again, and then that starts allowing the people who accumulate it through here to sell out, but without creating a big dump, because they'll just be selling to the revived interest. Finding the tokens that are in this state before they go is the trick, and it's not totally hard. It's all structural, and there's risk, but this looks like it's probably going to close over there, and then it's probably going to pop. And if we look for the daily, so even just from a daily trend perspective, it's the daily trend is where it's here. So it broke the daily trend with today's close. It's already tested the hold level. It should just be going to the break level based on the daily close, and still that's still a pretty reasonable move. Like if you just started to long it, you probably can't use a lot of leverage, but it's probably still going up 37% just purely based on that daily close. And if we take it a bit further, take it to there, probably haven't had a 4-hour close yet. Look at that, we have. So you might be about to see a 4-hour breakout on it. It's on the trend. Bummer. So not quite a 4-hour, but you can see it's bouncing off the 4-hour hold level. And it's above the break levels, above the break levels. You've got a 4-hour origin level in there. Yeah. Very longable. Not very shortable. ARC. It's up 16% on the day so far. Okay. So if it comes and tests the origin level up here, so 0 point, yep, done. So from a temporary short perspective, it might reject off that, but that would sort of be a, that would be more of like a 4-hour rejection in the middle of a thing that looks like it's trying to blow out a weekly level. So yeah, I'd expect this to go up, short version. Of course, it could just go to 0 because of the shitcoin. Yeah. Anything else to look at? That was a good one, actually. Great, great example. So it would probably need one more 4-hour candle, but it's kind of already in the process of going up. It's hard closed this break. Yeah. Yeah, correct. If BTC starts to go back up to all-time highs, then that's when you'll probably see a, like an actual real alt season, and a lot of these things are starting to pop. But then, you've already seen it just in the last couple of days. It's just very random. It's the entire market is just one of rotation. One pops after another, after another, after another. So get a 1 hour, eh? Nope, don't have a 1 hour yet. But we have a 1 hour hold, and we're closing above the 1 hour break level. And we've got another 1 hour break level there. And 1 hour origin level in here. So just a 1 hour hard closed candle anywhere in this area is going to be a close over this local origin. And that would add a pump. Well, Cook's on Bybit. Um, it's not really listed on a lot of other exchanges, so I ended up selling it when it was up around 1400 or something, 14,000, whatever it was. Which is good I did because it's about half that now. So I haven't traded it since then. Both Cook and Puff were part of Mantle, and then Mantle got taken over by Bybit, and it's kind of like their local chain. So kind of like bases to Coinbase and that kind of stuff. I like this token though, whatever the heck this thing actually is, this AI thing. I think this might have one of those just obscene pops at some point. This could probably just hit this break level, maybe get a little 1 hour rejection or something off that. Or it could close over the top of it and just pump, but we'll see. Yeah. It's kind of a double-edged sword when uh if you remember Griffin, it was one of the top AI alts. That one, James Holds Arc. Did he buy the top? um the yeah, it's a double-edged sword when an exchange gets involved in a token because then no other exchange is gonna want to list it. God. Shiller's still shilling Zcash. Catch you later. Sol's moving back down. Oh, I got it. Is it worth it? Not really. Okay. Starting to get some alerts going off, which is good. Things are starting to move. So we'll see if this bounces back up to test the backside of the range or back up to the hold. Let's go up to the level down here, 184. So they're trying to take this. Which is all pretty much in this area. this, if it ends up closing the 4-hour under all these trends, then it's probably going to come down here, 179 point something. And this could, the wick on this candle will be pretty important on the 1 hour, because if it closes with a reasonable wick, it'll just end up moving the trend. .51 minutes to go. BTC hasn't really hit any horizontal daily level. It's kind of just rejecting off the backside of the trend because it failed to get back up over it. Same thing there. Guess it could be this. Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, but that could also just stop at the trend. Yeah, it could be that. It's definitely got a lot of choices. Plenty of places to reject off. And that looks pretty much like the 1 minute level that it bounced off. All of the 100x leverage liquidations just start just up inside that line. Yeah, sort of. So obviously, a lot of people are banking that. Both on the same screen. Yeah, sort of banking that it's not going to come up and hit that with their trades by being just up inside that range. It's pretty risky. It's often why price will actually go back inside a range as well, like it'll revisit up into a range before it dumps because it's taking those positions. Interesting to see if that wicks up there. Just getting in there. Yeah, it probably will do that, even if they want to go down. Because like markets are often efficient in a way that if you've got a level of rejection that say like it's a backside of a range and it's at one price, and then a couple of dollars above it you've got a hold level, and it's a maybe the body of a hold level on one time frame, and then maybe a couple of dollars above that you've got a wick that could be another point of rejection. And this is the point of refining levels, is markets will often go for touching every one of those levels and then rejecting, because they actually don't want to be going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down on all those little microscopic different levels. So they actually do them all and then go. And that way you've sort of got, a whole heap of different moves all in play at the same time. But it means that one dip or one pump covers a range of moves. And that's the whole basis behind refining a hold level, is because there's a whole bunch inside of it. And yeah, they want to play them all out. So you get a greedier entry. So you've got various levels in here too, like prior broken trend. There's one coming through here, there's another one going up there. You obviously got this whole level here. You've got the fib minimum bounce from this candle. So there's a lot of reasons to go right there. And trends give you the time that it can happen, because where the horizontals and the diagonals cross over, well, that's the time that it's most efficient to go and retest that area. Because unfortunately, these poor little candles, they can only go up and down. They can't choose to go sideways because time controls that. Something old coming through there. Come on. You don't really want this to have a wick on the top because there'll be some kind of interior trend that'll pop in like that. So you sort of want that thing to close flat, have a hold level, push up into here. I've already eaten some chicken tendies today. Just wondering why I marked that level. What was it? I didn't put a label on it. Oh, 15-minute origin level. Uh-oh. think ARC just hit that break level. Where was that? Tap, tap. It's 1 hour, I think. So if this closes up over that break level, pretty good chance it comes up to this 0.02 for its next little move. Yeah, Halloween was yesterday or today. It's the 1st of November here, and it has been. It's 3:26 in the afternoon. So not that any children got past the big security gate. But anyway, the Halloween Grinch. Stuffing around. So someone recently asked about how do you ever, you know, tell when to take a origin level off a chart, and it's like that's a 15-minute origin level from back on Wednesday, and it's still capable of stopping the price on a 15-minute chart here to the cent. So yeah, it's not overly relevant if you're taking a 4-hour trade for obvious reasons, because it'll be just like a little blip in the middle of the 4-hour trade going wherever the 4-hour trade wants to go. But it is why it's pulling back now, and it's a 15-minute line from the middle of the week. Good night. Geez, Asta's nearly back to $1 already. No. So we've got a trend. So now you've got to break a trend to go back up. Tap, tap. As easy as dumping solder by Asta. It could be. I'm sure Marty would have all the on-chain information for you. Let's see what's the current GOS. Hmm. Something about Venezuelan airspace. Oh well, this is now stuck under that trend, so really it's not going to be able to do much for another candle or two, even if it is going to bounce. Yeah, that's part of those neat little indicator thingies. Or you could probably, I don't know if you call them an indicator really, they're more like assisted trading tools. You still need to know how to trade. You still need to know what it all means and that kind of stuff. You just don't have to draw so many lines yourself anymore. And you can get a bunch of alerts. So you kind of relevant alerts really, like when trends move, when they break, when break levels get hit, holds form, origins, all that kind of stuff. So we probably got something like, let's have a look. It's this one here. Obviously a 15-minute one doesn't mean too much, but having these things set up on things like 4-hour daily charts and then every day just checking to see, which ones have actually created new support bases for the ranges, and then you could probably use them for bot trading quite nicely as well, because you could just set up, whenever it creates a new base for a range, you just set up a bot that operates within that area and off it goes. I think the PC might be frozen or freezing. Definitely getting laggy. Huge Elmo fans. What's going on? Don't know whether the stream is still working. It's become so laggy at my end I can barely click on anything. moving again. Mouse is working. Yeah. So yeah, it would help. Or it does help. Yeah, it just got really laggy. Like the kind of laggy I haven't seen my PC do in quite some time. Tomo might be about to visit. All right. Good night. Cool. Yeah, maybe. Like the trick-or-treaters. Yeah, trends. The reason why nothing moves quickly. Maybe. I don't know if one-on-one would be the absolute best use of time. I guess it's uh, one way of doing it. There's someone who owns a large marketing content company that's asked me if I want to work with them to create something which I guess would be step one. You do that first, and then once you've done that, one-on-ones make more sense because it could take a really, really long time to learn everything via one-on-one. It's a lot of stuff to go over, a lot of stuff to cover. But then I also get it that some people just need that. They've got lots of questions, and everybody learns differently, and it's and then if you try to do it as a group thing, well, you get some people want to speak out and other people just stay silent. So it's a bit tricky. I don't know if there's any such way to. There's probably just no way to have one brush that you know paints it paints perfectly for everybody. Um, yeah, I'm not opposed to the idea of one-on-ones. I just don't. I just think you'd need a month of them to actually really gain anything. Come on, close over the break level, you little thing. Do it. You know you want to. Then go there. See, we should just trade random shit coins every day. Way more fun than Sol. What Fling was saying the other day about how Sol it's almost just getting frustrating to trade it. It's pretty pointless to trade it because it just gets stuck in little boxes. There's just too much history on it and so many different supports and resistances that just it either plays nicely and it closes at the right place at the right time and you get moves, or it's just a frustrating token that just parks itself in tiny little gaps between trends and supports and sits there and it doesn't do what it should do for hours on end and then eventually goes and does it. Just when one candle closes in the right place and then it goes. Come on, 2 more minutes. So what you want is you just want it to get back inside the range, open the next candle on the top side of the trend, and then it can try to challenge these levels again. Ideal world, press up through the trend, which it can do, and then just close over the top of that level and then push up to the hold. Or it could just be frustrating and stall and stay under the trend. Retire on whatever flavor of today's poop coin is. Come on. 50 seconds. Just do the right thing. Go. We like. Very good. Stay there. Okay. So back inside the range on the appropriate side of the trend to be able to break it. Not technically broken yet. So behind the scenes right now, this little line here is saying, cool, you're back up inside here. Let's go up and test the top of the range. The trend is going, come back here, and trying to say, let's come down. And it would want to pull it right down. And the bounce was created because of this origin level through here, which was failed distribution. So test of the bottom of that range, failed distribution back to it, entered here, bounced, it also had the trend to help it. So you've kind of got trend trying to pull it back, range trying to push it up, origin trying to push it up. And then if you rewind a step, why did it go to the origin? Because it rejected off that old origin from the middle of the week. And now it's got to try and get above here, close above here, test the hold, so on, so on, so on, so on. Dark up to 13 more minutes. Come back and look at that. So then if this candle manages to stay as accumulation and has no wick on the top of it, or a very small wick, when it closes, then you'll get another interior trend. But as soon as it's broken the first trend, what it's saying is that it wants to come up and test something between this line and this body up inside here. And if it closes down, then it doesn't break the trend, and then it has to go through cycles of candles. But it's this is just Sol. It's just a 15-minute trend break, fib trade, backside candle, rejected off an origin, found support on an origin, heading back up to the origin now. Then it's got a hold candle to enter into, which would be slightly above the completion of the fib level. And then it's got some trends, and it's got some backside broken trends to retest. And it will also run into some resistance trends. And all of this is just part of the daily stuffing around. But kind of want to see it just sneak the body up over this level for the close and then bounce. We'll see. I swear candles just try to give you hope, eh? Take it away. They always go all bullish like right at the start, and then when you get closer to the end of it is when it really matters. They either pull all the way back and joke's on you, or they actually do position themselves in the appropriate place to move forward. But 22 people watching. Only 19 likes. Hit the like button. It's us. Come on. Oh, that was my TP. Cool. Well, that's Sol and 1 TP on Arc. Keep the rest of Arc running and see if it pops. Wait for Sol for that daily for the next TP. Good night, Flynn. Thank you. So, recap here. So you can pretty much start your trade idea with this whole candle at the backside here. If price comes back into this, then there's going to be some kind of long, so you can just put a fib on it. It's a really easy one to trade because it's got multi-candles after it. It's got multiple ranges after it, and there's no wick on it. So it's just like this candle can bounce to this area and probably will. It's not a really, really big move, so you kind of want to try and find a better entry if you can, but there isn't really going to be that much of a better entry inside that there because the candle doesn't go down very far. So you can go on there if you want to, and you could say maybe check out the 3-minute, check to see if you've got a better entry on the 3-minute. You could try to get your entry down there, and just put that down in 3-minute. Just give you a better risk reward trade, or reward's probably not an issue with this, or risk's probably not an issue with this because it's just such a high probability. But you might want a better percentage because of fees or that kind of stuff. So you could try and get something down in here, see how that plays. It might not get that low. You could also just try the break level because it may hit the break level, which would just be that level there. And then, okay, so it hits the break level. So if you tried the break level, you would have got that. Actually, let's just rewind that, go a bit slower. So as the price approaches it, what you should be considering is like, what would your TP be? Because there is obviously the fib level, but there may be other TPs. Like it forms this here. If the next candle closes blue and down, then this becomes a hold candle, and that would be a TP for this bounce as well. So you might try to get a bit more, maybe split your TPs up in that area. What you're mainly looking for is to make sure that the whole candle is not inside the fib range, because if it was inside the fib range, it might get in the way of this hitting that TP. So then, of course, we get that other blue candle, so that's all now relevant. That is a whole candle, it's above the fib level. Structurally, everything's kind of looking like they want to come down into this candle, and then they want to come back up to that. So everything else that happens in between is just kind of noise, really. Okay. Sure enough, we go down, we hit the break level. If you tried to get a slightly greedier entry, you could have gone the break level, you could have gone that 3-minute level, but you probably didn't get it. I don't know whether we got it. No, your trend moved. At this point, you could consider having an order on the range trend just in case it tests the range trend and then goes up to the hold candle, because that's another type of trade, but it may not, because it's already moving up. So as soon as it touches this one, it can go to that 1618, and you may or may not get anything lower or better. But if it doesn't go to the 1618, then you probably can get something lower and better until it touches that. So, and at this point, we didn't have an interior trend that was going to slow us down, but we had other levels from the past that were just kind of rejecting and doing their thing. We're rejecting off the backside of the range, so it just takes time. Like, you can be confident in the trade, it's just time. And a lot of people when they're trading, they kind of freak out. They see it pulling back towards their entry and they exit, but it's just doing normal things like bouncing off older levels and trying to recover ranges. And then sure enough, it comes down, it bounces off the trend that got relocated. So you could have didn't hit the range trend just. So if you put your greedier entry on the range trend, you wouldn't have got it. If you put it on the trend that relocated with this candle creation, then you would have got it. And then up there, it's gone to the hold. And the thing that slowed it down was this annoying long wick, which created this. But thankfully, this next candle opened both inside that range, but also clear of the trend, allowing it to bounce to the hold. So if it had happened another way, like if this candle had closed lower, then it would have still stayed stuck under that trend for a while. And so there's lots of different types of trades that you can take that all just kind of played out inside there. One being that as a fib scalp, another one being the shift of a the shift of a trend. So when that, if we go back to here, you'll notice your trend was all the way up here. And then when this candle closes, the trend moves to there. Okay, but we've only got one candle, so we don't have a hold here. You don't have a hold technically until we have two candles, because you can't have a hold if you don't have a range, and you don't have a range unless you've got two candles. So you don't scalp this trend shift to there, because that isn't going to happen. You scalp after you've got at least two, which was, okay, this candle, when this closes, this trend moves to there. Okay, and then if we touch the trend, we should go to the hold, or if we go up first to the hold, we should reject the trend. In this case, I think it went down first. Yeah, down to the trend, up to the hold. So there's a few different ways you can trade exactly the same move, but it's all confluence. Whew, 1 minute. It's above the break level. I don't know why I'm excited about this. I knew it's not actually breaking trends very well. Oops. One. Yes, 15 minutes, 1 hour. Break created, distribution break created. Okay. That's our weekly. Daily. For our So this is what I mean by it's not really breaking trends very well. So it keeps moving up, but all of these trends are actually, the candles are on the trend, so at any time it could reverse. Even the 15-minute is on the trend. That's a really big air gap though. So if it can break out of here, it should be heading up here. Yeah, I can't say I'd hold it, but I can make money off it. I'll wait for Sol to get out of here. So that's good. Back up inside the trend. So should bounce the trend to the hold. Should get up to here. So this is just, all of this really is the 4-hour pulling itself back up as it comes closer to close. So it's like more kind of advanced stuff, but as you start to see how time evolves, you see that the move on the 15-minute was actually about getting the hourly back above its trend, and then once the hourly is back up above its trend, it's going to bounce off the trend and it's going to go to the hold, just like the 15-minute just did. So the fractal that played out, or the trade that plays out on one time frame, often creates the next time frame the same trade, which is also quite bizarre. But so you might choose, ironically, not to TP the 15-minute because the 15-minute has created the move on the hourly, and the hourly TP is higher. And likewise, if you can see what happens if the hourly plays out, it's getting the 4-hour back up into this area where it's above its trend, and then the 4-hour can come up to test, its hold level, which is going to be up here somewhere, or this origin level here, which has been a hard close but not retested. So it's just one thing leading to the next, to the next, to the next, until eventually it runs into something big enough to reverse it. Like potentially that trend. We're just kind of waiting for BTC to crap itself, really. The moment BTC craps itself, everything else goes down. Anything anyone else wants to look at while we wait? Yeah, it's almost a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of an intuition thing with all the different time frames, and it's about the ranges that they present, and it's also about the confluence. Um, some of the tools that are getting developed, I've got this level viewer thing that I'm testing at the moment, which just pulls in JSON files, which get exported from the exchanges, and it gives you how many timeframes cross over on the same levels. And some of the levels that create really big rejections or multiple rejections have 14 different timeframes that all have exactly the same level to the same cent. And no surprise, you hit that level, you get a really big candle going in the other direction. So, but it's the same type of stuff you can just visually see if you keep an eye on them as they close and you look at these numbers. And if you've got a relatively okay memory for numbers, you just know that you go, oh, I've seen that number before, and as it repeats and repeats and repeats, it's going to be important. And then it turns out to be important. Um, do you usually execute those fib trades on the 15-minute time frame? No, I don't usually trade on the 15-minute time frame. I'll take entries, but they'll be for something bigger. I just did that one because I'm bored shitless and felt like making some money. The normally what you would do is you'd be looking for, or for me it would be, I would like a 1 hour or 4 hour as sort of a minimum base for a trade. It's more about the percentage. Grab your little measuring tool and go, what do I get from here? And I get 0.32. So I'm gonna pay a limit fee in and out. I'm going to end up with a net of 0.29. If I put that on 10x leverage, then I'm going to make 29%. So then it's about risk. Where's my stop loss going to be? What's my backup? Like if for whatever reason this fails, where's my backup? I don't usually like to take the absolute last candle in a range unless there's like an origin or unless there's a trend or something else, because if you lose the last candle in a range, you've lost the entire range and it's going to really go down. So yeah, but what I do like to do is look at, probably a bad example, but 15-minute, and then look for maybe I know we didn't get that 3-minute entry on this candle, but there might have been a 5-minute. Okay, so there's that, all right, which is a 5-minute origin level inside the 15-minute candle. So if I took that as my take it or leave it entry, so I'm not interested in the trade at all if it bounces from the 1 to the 1618, but I would be interested on getting the entry on the 5-minute origin that's inside of the 15-minute, and then that gives me 0.51, which net is going to be 0.49 after fees, and I'd be happier with that trade. So that's my thought process. And so with the daily trade that I'm still in on Sol, it was somewhere around here. Maybe I closed it. I'm sure I didn't close it. Okay, we'll find it again. Good demonstration for people, I suppose. Yeah, I struggle with the 50% retrace thing. Because it's 50% of what? Like there's ranges on ranges on ranges on ranges. If you get a 50% retrace of a daily range, well, it might not be the 50% of the monthly. And you look at Captain Marty there, he's going, it's pulled back to the 50%, and then when it pulls back another $10, he goes, oh, manipulation. So it's just, it is true that most of the time price will retrace 50 to 78%. In fact, sometimes actually, when it's really bullish, technically it's 38 to 78% is pretty much what it will do. When it's really parabolic, it's usually only about 38%, and when it's really going deep for liquidity, it's usually about 78%. But it doesn't take much to look to see if there is actually just a level. So that's a level. If I was to take the trade at 50%, I would be entering, more so up here, and I would have got a trade because it did bounce at 50%, but really the actual level that it was going to pull back to was going to be down here. So that trade would have just been kind of short-lived, and then didn't make a new high. If you actually want to make a new high, it's probably going to be lower than the 50%. So if we were to refine a daily level, so take that, mark that just so you know where these two candles end, and then start with your 4-hour. And in fact, probably don't need to go too much further than the 4-hour because there's the 4-hour. That can't be right. Yeah, that was it. Go to your 4-hour. You probably go lower. See what's on the 1 minute. See if we can really find it, eh? Okay. No. Yep. So that was that 15-minute entry right there. And scroll. There you go. There's your greedy entry on your daily move. So if we were looking at the daily range for retracement, okay, so daily range is going to be, some people would take it from there, some people would take it from there. It's all personal, really. And some people would consider that or that to be the bottom, and that's roughly your 50%, whereas your refined greedy entry was there. So this is kind of where Marty goes, great, got a bounce at the 50%, and shows that bounce on his Twitter, and then it comes down to the entry, and then he goes, Binance manipulation. Yep. So to play that one more time for people that simple as this, engulfed candle, line on body, go from daily to 4-hour, fractally look forward, engulfed 4-hour, line on body, has not been tested. It's the important thing, it's just line on body, has a candle gone into it? Nope. You can look at wicks as well, but in this case we'll just stick with bodies. And then go to the 1-hour, it's kind of the same. It was engulfed by 2 or 3 candles, hasn't been retested since. Go to the 15-minute, And the important thing is you're going down in price and forward in time. There's our 50-minute entry. And because basically the efficiency of markets is that they're going to want to retest all of these levels in a lot of cases, and so that's why you then get you got your little entry sitting down here, and you're very patient, and you get your quote unquote perfect entry. So you have to wait a while. And psychologically, you think of the other traders that have what they've been doing. They've been going, wow, that's a bullish candle. Oh, it's still going. Let's long. Oh, it's still going. Let's long. Liquidate. Yeah. If you're taking 50% retraces for exits, then that's not bad. Like if you just did this. So we've hit the entry. I don't know, where's the somewhere around there. So I mean you might have just taken that as your exit at roughly 50%. That's not bad. I'd probably look for the back side of the whole candle, the wick or the body of the whole candle would be my thought process on the exit or the origin rejection level up here. And this is roughly 50%, I suppose, if you take the absolute top there and bottom there, it's about that. There's a lot of people that do enter in the middle. We call them exit liquidity. Okay. Yay. Right. So we got the break level. Which means the 1 hour is pushed up into the greedy part of the hold. And the 4 hour is pulling itself into the position it needs to be on the top side of the trend, and then fractally play out the same thing that the last two timeframes have just done. Catch you later. Yeah, I haven't looked at that big list of beginner questions yet. Let's have a look at it now, right? It's a lot of questions. Jeez. Wow. For someone just starting from scratch with Sol, which major timeframes would you recommend? Monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute. How to set up a range, what defines an origin level, When setting up a chart, how do you pick your start point? What is a hard close? Wowza. You never really know what people don't know. People often don't know what they don't know too. How do you know which candles to use to draw trend lines? Yeah, that's fun. Please slowly explain scalping from origin levels. Slowly. Okay. There's a lot in there. Slowly with spaces between the letters and full stops. Hold levels. Do they expire? Psi levels. Interior. I need to change my accent. Fun times. Oh yeah, okay, well that's going to be a bit of a task. How to properly array trends. How to take profit on a moving target on a trend. Yeah, that's hard. You just got to review it every day, effectively, or review it. That's an annoying one. You can't really set it as such. You can actually, there's you can have trigger bots set up with a lot of centralized exchanges. So you can have a alert on a trend line that triggers a open and close of a position. So you can, that's getting a little bit more advanced, but trigger bots are a good way to take profit on trend lines, or have your own custom stuff set up, really, APIs. Otherwise, what you got to do is, if it's a 4 hour trend line, you've pretty much got to, if it's a down facing trend line, you've pretty much got to every 4 hours just change where your TP is, because it won't go as high. And if it's an up facing trend line, it's the opposite. You can change it. You can change it up. Okay. And it's situations like this where long wicks don't really matter, because this candle isn't the one that actually breaks the trend. So if the trend was to move, it's not going to move to the top of that candle anyway. So it's the next candle you want to have no big long wick on the top of it. Damn, under the trend. Retire on ARC coin. Yeah, I only leave a certain amount of money on the exchange at any time, just in case they turn to crap. So trend has moved. Yeehaw. It's on the top side. Got a range trend. Yeah. I always see it. Look at it. It's just getting nuts. It's hard to make a choice sometimes as to whether you just blanketly market long something and go for it. Like this engulfment meant you could have opened a swing trade to test this level. You could have done that today and you would have already hit that level. So it's pretty. The other thing too is like sometimes you just got to rewind. Like you got to go, well, what's actually happening here? So if we come back to this point in time and look for all this, see if we can find our trends. See, it's also the same sort of pattern as that ARC one you've just looked at. Massive long amount of accumulation, a wick down to liquidate all the leverage traders, and now we're starting to move up. So it's the same type of thing. even if we go to something like maybe a bit more of a local area like that. So you've got trend coming through here. You've got a backside hold level here. And you've got a front side hold level here. And you've created your first downtrend. This candle doesn't technically break it because it's touching it. That one does. So trend moves to the top. Okay. That breaks the trend again. So it's 2. That breaks it again. 3. 4. Okay. And then on it goes, basically the rest is history. But by the time you've already broken that one trend, it's already targeting this range. So it's really just a case of some more stages in the cycle. And this one only did about 4, and then it went, which is the whole cycle trends thing. The rule of 5 or 6 is kind of general. I think it's usually about 5 or 6. This already hit that, and yeah, didn't do 5 or 6. So now what it's got to do is close. The trend will move. It'll either have a wick or not have a wick. Break the trend again. Target the break level. The reason this one's a little bit more bullish is just simply because it's already tested that. So same thing, broke the trend down here, and then that wick up there, there must be so many people shorting this down here, and then that wick up there just liquidated all the shorts and tested the whole candle. So then the next target really is up here or this range trend. So it should be pretty good to pop up to that 0.02, if not through there to the break level at 0.22. And if we take it on a lower time frame trade, it would be this origin level on the 4-hour here, 0.2. But yeah, replay tool certainly helps if you're trying to sort of figure out where you are. Sometimes you look at a whole bunch of candles and it's hard to just mentally go, what's happening? Like, what is happening with this screen that I'm looking at? Whereas you chuck replay tool, I'll rewind it back and then go, cool, okay, we had a trend, we've broken a trend. What are we doing? Where's our target? Has the target been tested? If it has, what's the next target? And then you sort of start stepping through. And then by the time you've caught up with real life, it's like you've been watching it for a week or a few days or hours, whatever the time frame is, and you kind of know what you're doing. So we get a 4-hour close up above the range trend, bounce off the back of the range trend, and we test a hold. But this hold up here has already been tested, so we're actually probably going to go higher. We're probably going to test this up here, which technically has been tested, which actually means it's probably going to, all this is tested. So it's up here. It's probably going to go higher. Real good old pop. But we'll just take the conservative one. We'll just take this, just in case it doesn't. But yeah, that's range trend running through there. Bounce this one, target that one. Do, 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 do. 21 minutes. Same 21. Yeah, it is the same 21 minutes. Everyone's probably waiting for BTC 4 hour was waking up. Yeah, absolutely. You could just you can even set a straight at like a trailing stop loss if you're using a centralized exchange. But so you just have take a partial TP here and then so many resistance levels in there. But you can put a TP just at the top of that or up there, and you'd catch it if it wicked through and then pulls back down again. So you could do both, set partials and a trailing stop loss. So worst case, it wicks back down really quickly and you get stopped out, but a profit at a higher level. I know. The more complicated you sort of make trading, the more likely it is you'll screw something up. I guess the greed aspect is, oh, okay, I could make 11% if I take it to there. Now, I know it's probably going to come test that range trend, but it's on the other side of all of that resistance, so 36%. Oh, that sounds good. I know it's probably going to come up here, 50. May come up here, 60. You know, you could just keep going, really. And considering the whole thing is kind of based off a weekly move and everything's tested, it is pretty likely it's coming up here. Because that's the first thing, it's that range strength through there is the first thing untested on the weekly. But I reckon you might get more than one shot at this. Because once it closes back inside these ranges, it will probably retest base of the range. So we'll see. Yeah, did we hit 110.4? So we tap that trend. We don't like that. We don't want to. That's still got a little bit of push that it can do off the trend. That's already up inside danger zone, but it's 110.4 ish would be starter resistance there. This has still got a bit of room that could go up. Not really worried about that time frame at all. That's already pushing up inside. So it's all right. This is the one I don't like. So that's probably, yeah, 110,450, which it hasn't quite touched yet. The trend is miles away. Whatever this does is pretty much an indicator of whether or not there's going to be a blow off top, because it's got this hold level. It could touch it, go down, that would be really normal, or it just keeps going, and that would mean heading towards blow off top. And that 1 hour's in a good spot to break as well. Yeah. Yeah, break levels tend to get tested. Range trends tend to get tested. Sorry, break levels tend to get retested once they break. Range trends tend to get retested once they break. And hold levels don't always get tested. There's lots of hold levels all over the chart that never have been retested. But a trend will target a hold level. So if a trend develops on the same time frame that there is a hold level, then it becomes an event where one side triggers. So if the hold level gets hit first, it'll travel to the trend, and if the trend gets hit first, it travels to the hold level. Which is why we will probably see 114K on Bitcoin. Just don't know whether we see it before we go down or whether we see it after, because there's like a 43-day trend that is targeting the 114K hold. So the other thing I like to do is just see a candle like that, which is not closed yet, but you put a fib on it and just check if there's confluence between any of these levels and any of the backside structure. So like in this case, if that candle closes blue, do any of these levels actually line up with any of the holds and stuff? And from that, you kind of get an idea about, are they going to try and create a range here or not with this candle, which doesn't really look like they are. Which means it's probably just this one. Although that one lines up quite nicely. So if the next 4 hour candle closes over 189.482, then the one after that will probably be the one that travels to the daily target, because it'll be using this as a means of the base of the range. Of course, it could just go the whole way there. That would save us all some time. we've got Trump tweets. What's he tweeting about? Nothing. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Let's have a look. Well, it depends on how it closes the next month as to what it could end up being. So right. So what could happen here is exactly the same as what happened here. Okay, no different. It could go to a blow off top, which is what this was. So that's where you've got your hold level. It should hit it and it should travel down, but instead it goes bye bye and then blow off top, dump, 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 dump. Now that is what could happen. And you're not really going to know that probably for another month. And where it closes up here, if it does go that way, is going to mean that this candle here becomes the basis of some range. You would then look for 315 probably as your first TP based on that. So it would mean that the next month is going to close over 249 if that's the case. Then yeah, 315 for your next TP, 380 for the one after that, and then 446 for the final. That would be as high as that would pretty much go, and probably like in this case it only got to the second level really, or it wicked the second level. So this candle became the base of the range, and then that was your blow off move between there and there. So if you were trading it, you would have been longing either 210 to 272 or that 171 to 272. The same thing over here is going to be, if that is how this plays it out, is going to be 249 to 315 or 208 to 315 if that's how it plays out, same as there. And if it really wants to get bullish, it'll be heading to these levels. Yeah, the daily squeeze is 208 or something, I think. Yes, it'd be this. No, it hasn't engulfed that, so it could. At this stage, it's this candle here, and so that would be 191, 199, 208, and 217. And 217's got perfect confluence with the actual hold of the range, so that's very likely that's where it's going. Because as soon as you started to break any trends down here, that one, that one, that one, as soon as you started breaking trends along here, it's targeting holds, so it wants to go there. Just hasn't yet. Woohoo! 646 subscribers. The road to 1,000 is a long one. And support trends do work in reverse too, just FYI. And that's another indicator there of that they want to push this token up. That was the sweep of the support trend liquidity, and then that candle bounced off the top side of it perfectly. Remembering that the trend is actually anchored between these two. So sweep. Well, that was first touch bounce. That was sweep. This is now coming up. Ooh. Okay. Slow. So the wick was too long on the 1 hour. So that's going to slow that down a bit probably. Or it's going to do a sweep and dump back down, but it's a long way to sweep the trend, so it's probably just going to slow it down. Yeah. So there's two ways you can look at it. First one is that the more people that are expecting it to go to 100K, the less likely it will. That's unfortunately the thing about trading in general. And even if you just think of that from an order perspective or a liquidity perspective, if everyone is expecting it to go really low, then they start putting orders in. And then if the price does dip, there's all these buy orders and it doesn't actually dip as bad. So yeah, if too many people are expecting it, it won't happen. If they're going to do it, generally it'll come when people don't think it's going to happen anymore, and that's also because they've moved their orders and they've got greedy. And what's this doing now? It's just rejecting that 4 hour do. Yeah, so 4 hours opened on top of the trend, so that's good. Yeah. So if they want this to be bearish, they've really got to get that back down under the trends and close it. Otherwise, it's going to end up moving up now that it's free and clear. And this is kind of the problem. That being stuck under the trend on the daily is the one that really is going to make it hard for this to go up. So normally what happens in these instances is you struggle, it's weak, that kind of thing for the whole day, and then it closes, and when it closes, this trend that's up here breaks, and this one here shifts ever so slightly from the top to the bottom. And when that happens, it can just move. So it's like the day after October 10, same thing happened. Big dump. Had to wait a day for the trend to shift, and then after the trend shifted, it was able to bounce. I think it was that candle there. The trend was coming through about here, and it was stopping this from being able to rise. And then this day closed, the trend moved to the bottom here. When the trend moved to the bottom, the first thing that happened was that bounced off it. So same kind of things going on here. It's just stuck, and it can push through that. It just needs Bitcoin to have a bit of a pump and Sol to get dragged up. It's definitely slowing it down. Oh yeah, that was the greedy entry. Didn't quite land in the circle. Delete tweet, move circle. Look at me, superstar. A little bit out on the timing. I really hope this does not go hit that target today, because it'd be a very, very good trend break scalp to take tomorrow, because it'll have origin level down there, target there, trend broken, and you'd be able to just open a partial entry, target that, and then if it dips, load it up. Yeah, there's lots of good setups at the moment. Most of the ones that we're in now are basically just ones from yesterday that are on their way to finishing. Um, this is some token called ARK, which is probably heading up here. So now it's above the range trend, so even more of a reason just to keep going up. And Sol trying to work its way back up to 191, I think, based on the daily. Yeah, this is trying to squeeze through the trend and get up here to 191. There's a few others there that to look at tomorrow, depending on how they close. That's TP'd, well and truly. But yeah, if this closes up, no wick tomorrow, trend moves, opens on the other side of the trend, just target the break level. Yeah. Another 16% if it does it from there. It would also help if it's slightly closed over that. Kind of want it just to start on the top side of that line. And if so, just go TP1, TP2. Ian Astor is probably going to come up to there. Just whether it does it before or after it revisits this support level down here, or this one down here. So with Astor, it's actually, you've got 0.8550 as a confirmed origin support. So if it dips to that, then that's the best place here to get along on it. But what it might be doing is it might be trying to raise that level up, which means it's going to close without touching 0.9494. So if it does that, then 0.9494 becomes your good entry to then target up. And what it's sitting on at the moment is the 1 month polarity, which is technically an entry, technically. And so it may just go up, but better to wait for tomorrow, see what happens. I think we hit that rejection at 110,450 on BTC as well. Yep. So now it's up to, ooh, okay, so this is it. This is the kind of thing that can put a very big damper on the market. So the question now is, do they just reject from here? Or do they sweep the upper liquidity and then dump, which would be a lot more bearish? The thing about refining a candle as big as a 38-day candle is that you've got refined hold levels that are all the way up here, 121. So you could actually see it go to 121 before it dumps. Hmm. And then you got levels like 112. It could dump off 112. Any refined level inside that thing is now just a ticking time bomb. But there's a really good chance you get to 112. Just looking at this. Because you've bounced off that range trend. So it's going to target that hold level. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, so starting to pull back. The great thing about shitcoins is they just don't care. This just keeps going up. Retire on shitcoins. So this would be the level, just 16731. If Sol's going to get some strength back over BTC, it'll be when that hits that on the daily. Until then, retire on Altcoin. Granddad, how did you retire so early? Shit coins. This, even just this little support level here actually shouldn't be so bad. It's interesting to see whether they close the candle under that or go back up before it finishes in 40 minutes. Might just be trying to look bad at the moment, but it's basically a 1 hour origin support level fighting with a trend. So it's and whenever a candle sort of just opens like that and goes straight down, it's usually a trick. Grab the liquidity from down below, get everybody thinking short. 4 hour candles opened and dropped short, and then by the time it gets a bit of time on it, goes up, which would make a bit of sense with that bouncing on that. And then it's just this annoying thing. If you wanted to open a small hype trade, you could probably trade it back up to uh, there if you wanted to. One way or another, it's going to get there. It's either going to do it now or it's going to come down and bounce off the stuff down here and then go back up. Swing trade opportunity. We just wait for greedy entries down here somewhere if we get a bit of a dive. and stuff like this. So this would be a new range trend that's just formed between these two blue candles. So if it pushes up into the hold, it'll probably reject back down to the trend, so that's about 180. But if it dumps to 180 first, then it'll bounce back up. So it's kind of just it's waiting to be triggered. And it's a 4-day time frame, so this kind of stuff can play out depending on how excited the market is. This stuff can play out pretty quickly, or it can take a few days, but it's the body's at 191.291, the wick's at 188. So it could just reject off the wick at 188, come down, or it could push up into the body, 191. I think overall the confluence around that 191 area being completion of the daily long and rejection across so many other time frames is probably the main one I'd watch out for in the short term. What time is it? London Open in 3 hours. Or algos anyway. Oh, it's weekend, of course. It's actually kind of moving alright for a weekend. It's not that slow. You'd almost think it wasn't a weekend, looking at how it's moving. Actually, it's definitely a bit different. The liquidation maps don't look like weekends. There's liquidity opening up and open interest coming in, etc. This is yeah, new open interest opening up quite regularly. It's getting very, very dense. Sol's going to do something. There's going to be some tears. Don't know whether there'll be short tears or long tears, but there'll be some tears. Which one's that one? Sol 4-hour hold. So this one up here. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's all kinds of dodgy. Because so for it to be a hold, it's got to be a range, and for it to be a range, it's got to be two distribution candles. So first problem is it's definitely a distribution candle there, and then you've got this doji that's super tight. So it's kind of like undecided whether it's distribution or accumulation. So that's the first thing about, is that a range? Now, if this closes blue, that changes things a little bit, and then it definitely is more than two candles of distribution. But yeah, also that long wick means that it's a greedier entry up inside there. And greedy entries are either the absolute best place you're going to get a trade, and it's going to go to some all-time, in this case, low. So, or they give you a minimum move and then they break. So, yeah, it's a bit risky. You could take that level and check to see if there's like a 1 hour inside of it. So this is the next thing. There is no 1 hour inside of it. So that already is a pretty broken level. Like, you'd have to go down as you went forward, but you need to go up as you go forward. So there's no 1 hour. So unless I screwed that up, that's a very broken level. No, that's right. There's no 1 hour. So then you try a 15-minute level, and the 15-minute levels already had the wick tested, and there's a tiny gap between the body, so like you could look at that, but this was a 2-candle range, definite range, and then this tested the wick, so that's already been tested, so you could look there. And then maybe go down a bit lower and check 5 minutes or 3 minutes. And you've got that 5 minute there. And that 5 minutes pretty clean. It's not been tested on the wick, it's not been tested on the body. So you could look at it either from there or from there. But yeah, there's not much inside that candle, and it's pretty broken, so it's not exactly a prime candidate for a short, if that's what you're thinking. This one here. Probably would say the wick was tested there. It was a great candidate. Look at that dump. So then we check inside the body. Same thing. Yeah, that's tested. That's not. That's slightly above. So you could take that. You can try, or take it as the body. Try see if you got a nice clean 15-minute in there. Yeah, the 15 minutes really clean as well. So you got the 15-minute up there. So yeah, that's a good candle. So you just have to mark out your levels and watch the price go up into it, and hopefully get a good one. If you want to be really safe, just take it as the 1 hour. Don't even take it as the 4 hour, because the 1 hour is completely untouched. No testing of the wick or the body. But the 4 hour, if you'd caught that 4 hour in the moment, you would have got that dump. It's there. So BTC's heading back up again. See if it makes a 1 minute higher high. Maybe drag Sol back up with it. So there could be an A16 pop. This origin level coming through here. If it closes a 4-hour candle above this level, it'll target another origin, which is up here, which is actually could be a pretty big move, this one. So it could go, so it hasn't hard closed it yet, but potentially a 60% move if it hard closes this origin. Right there. And that's going to hit our target, I reckon, before we even take the trade. Grr. Ooh, pulling back. Okay. See what happens with this 1 minute on BTC. All right, it's acceptable time for a refreshing beverage in the country that I'm in, so I'm just going to go and find one. I'll be back in a sec. Nom nom. So the reason we're just looking at this BTC 1 minute range is now that it's kind of run into that resistance, it's got this origin support level down here, and it's bounced up to about halfway of the range. Just want to see if it actually goes up, creates a higher high, or whether it loses this, because that kind of is the first sign of a reversal, really. Yeah, generally speaking, they're going to, or a higher time frame event. So if you get like a 1 hour origin level, it might target like a 4-hour hold or a 4-hour trend, something like that, or another 1 hour origin level. So this is so it's kind of created one here. So this is your distribution. It's hit, failed to hard close, comes down. So basically the range is now from here to here. So price is in the bottom half of what the range was. So it's usually a sign of struggling. So it needs to hit this, break this if it wants to continue. Otherwise, it's going to go under here. So it can create one off this, which means basically it's just condensing. So we'll see if it does that, but so this is kind of compression. It's well after midday, I know. It's always, but all my computer stuff's all set up in UTC. So I look out the window and it's beautifully sunny, and I look at the clock and it's 4 a.m. I think somehow that messes with me mentally. So in 3, 2, 1, this becomes one here. That's now a level. So effectively it's compress, 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 compress. Boxes inside boxes. Technically the top there isn't actually an origin level yet because it hasn't been hit. So if we break over the top of this, we could target this. It either breaks, rejects, becomes an origin. The range sort of shifts up or down depending on what breaks next. Oh, yep. So you've got we call them advanced hold levels. So what they are is just going to be, let's pick a, see if we can find a really big one, eh? Let's find a really big one. Okay, so this is one. So this daily candle, not engulfed by this, but did get engulfed by that. So there's at least two. There's a third. Nothing's revisited it. So you got the wick there. Nothing's touched the wick. You got the body. I'm just going to check that 15-minute for a sec. Oh, yeah. That's good. It's going up. It's pulling back up. Okay, let's go back here. Oops. Where were we? Okay, so we're in here. So yeah, that's your whole candle. You can refine it exactly the same way. So what I normally do is I mark them out just 1D, 1D body, 1D wick, and then go and have a look inside. Should have used the replay tool. And it's usually when you get inside of them that you just notice that there might be just really not much to look at, and everything may be tested. So in this instance, yeah, you might see that is like a very subtle engulfment, and then it's been tested by the next candle, so you can't really use that. Can't really use anything back here. There could be that as a 4-hour origin level that may get a rejection. So we'll just put that in 4H origin. And so yeah, there's nothing on the 4 hour. So then we go, let's turn this replay tool on. For the 1 hour. And it's kind of this on the 1 hour. There. So 1H. 1H wick. H body. We'll look ahead of that on the 15-minute. And you can't use this back behind it. No, but you can use anything in here. So, so you got that on the 15 minutes, kind of the same level. And you sort of got this, but it's been tested by that wick. So there's very little inside that. So let's see how that goes. Okay. So this is just here. Because this engulfment engulfed right below the 1618, so it went even further down. This could be the move here, where it actually comes back to the 1618 and rejects off it as if it's rejecting off the hold level, which means that hold level might just get blown away later. So we'll see, but I'd already be a little bit suspicious about taking this. Okay. As you can see, it's rejecting off the 1618 rather than actually going back to the hold level. What do we get? Yep, cool. So it went, oops, all the way up, straight through the top of it, And really the thing that actually created that rejection is probably something older, or some kind of origin that's must be up in here somewhere. But if you'd taken that even on the absolute greediest level up there at 71, then it still would have gone up higher than you'd expected before coming back down to the target. So, and what happened next? Whoosh, there she goes. Which is actually that level back there, doing that. Whoosh. See, sound effects. A free show. Yeah, so that's all an advanced hold level is. It's just the top yellow candle with a whole bunch of blues after it, and you got to look inside of it. And most of the time, because these candles have gone up and down, most of the levels will have already been tested. So it is possible to run into these advanced hold levels where every single level has been tested. And if that's the case, the price will just go straight through it. It isn't going to hold anything. So, and that one's a pretty crappy. You can sort of tell when you look at the wicks of them that they'll be bad, because the wick of this candle has gone up above the hold level already. So yeah, there's pretty good chance most of the things inside that level are all tested, versus say, where's another one? Okay, say this one, not so bad, because this candle, that candle, this third one didn't really come down in there at all. It's, yeah, that one's wouldn't have been as bad. So that one probably got absolutely destroyed by that wick. So, which is kind of why this here went below that there. And it was actually some kind of break level or origin level really that held that up. So that is the origin level. I remember seeing that candle, and I remember thinking, Jesus, it's over. It's like, oh boy. And then it wasn't. Keep going. Let's find another one. That one. See, that one entered right off the top. Didn't even really go that far into it. Let's see what's inside there. So your 4-hour level and your daily level are exactly the same. Then you got this greedier entry down here. Everything else in there has all been tested. And if you want to look at your 1 hour, you could take, you got a 1 hour origin there, or you've got a 1 hour entry there. And there's nothing else there. Oh, actually, sorry, there is. There's that. So those would all be levels inside that one. But if we go back to that daily, just bounce straight off the top one. Never got any of the greedy entries. And probably goes back. Yeah, there it goes. So it goes back for those bounces. Um, do they have a better chance? Well, technically they have a worse chance because if you just look at it at face value, you might be taking a trade on a level that doesn't have anything inside of it, and if it doesn't have anything inside of it, it's probably not going to bounce. Yeah, they also can play out like you see here though, so they can bounce more than once. So that's this bounce, which gave continuation all the way up to the third level there, and then which you can often tell based on the first candle close. So the last candle in the same direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth one closed over the 1, which means it's probably going to reach the 2, but it comes back down to test the 1. This is all basically this is all actually accumulation. So this is how the trade is decided is this goes up, hard closes over that level, could just bounce off that level and keep going, but what happens is it comes here and it accumulates like a big order, and then goes. And so because of this one little candle here being at the end of that string of candles above that level, you then know that it could pop. The problem is that if you just take your order here and target there, you're underwater for all that time while it accumulates. And a lot of the people would then capitulate and they'd sell, which is probably what all these people were doing. And the whales are buying it, and then they pump it up to the second level, and they have a little bit of a rejection there, go through it, hard close it, bounce off it, go back to the third level, fail to hard close it, game over, range finished. So that's kind of how that works. And then they never touch those greedy levels inside the hold. So those greedy levels are now the kind of like the final point where it's either going to hold or fail. And so then it bounces those greedy levels in here, goes back up to the 1618, doesn't hard close over it, fails, rejects. Yeah, 1v1s where the wick hasn't been touched, like that 15-minute one that we took on Sol today, just out of sheer boredom and wanting to make money. Like there was just no way that was not going to work. It's just sure it's 15-minute. Was that one? Can't remember which one it was now. Oh, I got replay too long. What an idiot. Okay, this doesn't look right. That one. That candle. That was going to work. So got to level 2. Only traded it from down here to up there. So you see that, just that one candle there, how that is in control of that entire range. So closes up here, which is above the 1, closes up here but fails to hard close a candle over the 3. So this is the top of the range. This comes back down, tests the 1, goes back to the 2, fails to hard close, comes back to the 1, comes back to the hold of the candle, hold of the range, sorry, hold of the range, manages to hard close over the 1, so goes back to the 2. So effectively, these levels are the levels that create ranges, and this is the controller of the range. And so for us to even get to the daily target, we have to get 15-minute closes above these levels so that it can then attack the next level, get a close, attack the next level, get a close. So if you don't know anything about TA at all, don't know anything about trend lines, don't know anything about anything, all you need is these levels on your fib tool and to figure out what the whole candle is for the range, and you can pretty much trade the ranges. Like there's an IA tool, I think, called like ATR or something. You could basically take your spot and cycle your spot just based on this free fib tool on whatever time frame you had the time to use. That's all it is. Range levels. Same thing would apply to a weekly. Find a weekly candle. Obviously, you don't get so many weekly closes, but if you found, say, a weekly candle like this one, start of a range, and then you could just buy and sell the various levels inside there as it touches them, and you would be better than the average trading bot. See that? Just every time it hits that 4, every time it goes down, buy. Every time it hits the 4, sell. Buy, sell, buy, sell. Hard closes it. Yeah, that was a bit of a doji hard close, so I wouldn't pay too much attention to that, but this one, you can take it back further. You could find like an older range. So it was price ranging down here. That would be one. So every time it hits, excuse me, every time it hits one of the levels, buy. Every time it hits the one above it, sell. And so you could take your spot bag and basically split it up into I think I took that soul trade and thought Zeus would do this. Zeus is cursed. It's a Marty token. Um, if you took your spot bag and just like divided it by 4, and then just put a quarter in on the level and sold on the next one up, and just kept on doing it, eventually it just breaks out, goes finds a new range. But yeah, the beauty of TA is that it allows you to find that when that's going to happen. Whereas things like your ATR tools or your range theory and these levels, they're good for accumulating, building bags during ranging, but they don't tell you when that's going to happen. To know when that's going to happen, you've got to be watching other things like range trends. Close above the range trend, bounce, goodbye. Yeah. Burp time. Recap. What have you missed? Well, BTC's run into the resistance, the first real thing that could reject it. So just watching the 1 minute to see if it starts to break down. Because if BTC starts to fall over from here, most of the other things aren't going to happen. Is there a reason why there's a big reaction to range trends? Well, they represent breaking the horizontal level that they originate from. So you can imagine if you had a, just hypothetically, if you had a range trend that was like this, then this candle here is going to go over here. Like that's it won't necessarily be the one candle, but it can be. It's range trends are breakout trends, and they target their origin. And normally what slows them down is like hold levels in between, which might create new range trends. There we go. See if this breaks or bounces. Uh-oh. What you gonna do? Cheeky. Uh-oh. If you get another blue candle under here, then that breaks the bottom of the range. Boy, boy. Now, where's it going to go? Hmm. Just thinking. Half expecting this thing just to dump now. Anything a little bit sus about this is it didn't do the first bounce. Yeah, the 1D origin at 179.67 is a good place. No, I don't really trade. I mostly just trade Sol. I don't usually trade absolute shitcoins, but lately I just have been because Sol's been so compressed and hasn't really been moving much. So did trade quite a bit of Asta because that was fresh and not compressed and had decent moves. And as for these other things, these A16Zs and all that stuff, Fartcoin, it's just stuff people have bought up in the previous live streams, and structurally they're just the same. They're all the same. Like I'm not going to go and open a 100% portfolio position on a coin that could get rugged at the click of fingers and no one knows or cares because the developer is some kid in a basement somewhere. It's not. I wouldn't do that, but it's if you're just going to take 1% risk, the difference is you could probably take 1% risk and make 7% port increase on one of these. So it's pretty. Um, well, the trades themselves are pretty quick. They're not. Well, they're not necessarily quick, but they're structured. They're just like entry on a trend break, target on a hold, um, entry on a range trend bounce, target on a hold, entry on a hold, target on a trend. That's a bit harder because you do have to keep an eye on those because the trend will be a changing price. Um, Entry on a fib candle hold, greedy entries. It's a bit longer. Like some of the higher time frame trades are a bit longer because you've sort of got to watch the price come down, and you can stay awake all night waiting for the price to come down to your greedy level. And you could have actually just gone to bed, woke up in the morning, and got the trade just after breakfast. But instead, you just watch it all night long. You're really tired, and then it hits your thing at the same time you would have been out of bed anyway. Um, but you don't really. I've only got 3 positions open currently, and they're not exactly hard to manage. It's hard to keep up with the opportunities because there's just so many of them, and these tokens are not even tokens I didn't even know what they were. There's one that's named after me. Someone told me about it the other day. Let's find it. This one. It was up for the day when everything else was down. This one. Hey, pretty liquid. It's got the same pattern as everything else. It's the kind of missed that bump, but well. So 15 minutes, just created some new trends. There you go, you got a range trend. So if this was a 4-hour time frame or something, where the price was moving a bit more, then you could take this range trend back to that hold. Percentage here is probably just too small. Yeah. Can't really. 0.11. Can't really trade that. Could if it dives it, because that's the other side of it. Sometimes they'll dive the range trend for liquidity, so you might be looking at a 15-minute chart and going, it's not worth taking the trade, and then it goes for a dive, and then you're like, cool, I'll enter on the dive because it'll go back up. So in this case, it's probably just going to go up. Take a look at NOS. Yep. Because of the tech, right? I think I have NOS in here somewhere. Maybe not. Ooh. Yeah, it's a bit bleedy. Did that go up? Hey, look, see what I mean? Trade. So just fractally, that was not worth taking because of the percentage, but that's all you're doing. You get that, you enter, you TP. Right, nice. Yeah, so that was your trade there. So kind of missed this. So this is your weekly break here. It got hit here. Big reaction, which you wouldn't have known, so that's not a trade you know you could take. Then you get some trades that you know you can take. So then you get this fib trade here, which is this bounce from here to here. But during that trade, which it's only a single candle, so that's one thing you got to try to refine it to a lower time frame. But during that trade, you notice it hits this level at the bottom, which is now an origin level, which means it's going to target a break level that has been hit and not hard closed and deviated, which is this one. So the trade could have been that hold level, or you could have taken this, which is not a bad trade at 44% in those two weeks there. The but the problem with this now is that look where it is. It's kind of like trying to go underneath it. So in 1 day, 19 hours, if it closes underneath that level, then it might try to push down to the next weekly hold, which is more or less like going to zero. It'd be coming back down to here. And that was the accumulation. Like, if anyone is ever telling you to buy something and you look at the chart and you see really long periods of flat price with really big volume, they're a criminal shiller, okay? Because that was where the whales were building, and then that's when they started to push it, and they probably started to, tell people to buy it halfway up here somewhere. So that's, that. It's huge. So let's have a look at the month. See if there's a monthly. The month is, that's not good. I mean, it didn't engulf the wick, but it did engulf the body to the downside. So it really needs to break a trend. Just did there. That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So if it can accumulate sideways and break the trend a couple more times, it might go. But it's not looking great. Yeah, it's, if we're having a normal bull run, hypothetically, then these are the types of tokens that will have one more push. But yeah, it's under a monthly downtrend, so it's kind of hard for it to get out of there, especially the particular placement of that hold candle. Like, you can see it's not been able to get over it. It's not been able to get over it, but and it had that hold candle there to try and use to break it, but now it's got this hold candle here in the opposite direction. So it's a toughie. At the end of the day, TA is not without potential manipulation, so they could just literally hit the pump button once everyone gives up. But like I mentioned before, you have to make sure no one is going to sell against you if you're going to run the price of something up. So the only way you can really do that is to make sure that everybody has capitulated or left. So if all spot holders give up on this token and sell it, and the whales pick it all up, which is kind of what accumulation is in times of capitulation, then the whales can run the price up really easily because there will be nobody to sell into them as they push it up. And then that's when the shilling kicks in, that's when people start to chase it, and that's when they start to offload. So it's unfortunately a very rigged game. But hasn't actually lost the trend yet. It's just in a really bad spot. So from a trade perspective, if this came back up here, which means back over sort of 68-ish cents, got back in over these trends, yeah, you might be able to get a move out of it. But that is high time frame monthly origin level. sitting right there at $1 point, what is that, 1.16. So don't really expect it to go much further than that sustainably. Bad token. Bad token. Now this token, good token. It's named after this really cool guy. This could be a crap token too, actually. I don't know what it is, but it's probably going to come back up here. It's not actually that much. Only a couple of percent. Yeah. So that was the entry there. And it'll be targeting this or that range trend. So you could build a little position on that and take it up to there for a couple of percent. The other target for it would be that. Yeah, so this is the you really are famous now. Yeah, man, I've got like 600 and something followers. It's cool. I think I nearly made where is it? The aim was to make 13 cents out of out of YouTube, which was kind of just a jokey target. Like let's make 13 cents in a month. And I think it made something. Don't even know. What did it make? $77. That's a huge increase over 13 cents. Got to be happy with that. Yeah, there's a sin token. This is not my token. So there's a few. You get things like, these types of range trees like this. So if it doesn't go to that hold level, but instead it wicks down and touches that because, there's some news about aliens on a comet or something, then that's a better trade. You take that trade back up to the hold level. But it's probably just going to keep working its way up now. Slowly. There's just not a lot of people trading this, I don't think. Oh, look. Zeus got a 4-hour engulfment. It may not be over. No, it's actually got a 4-hour. It's got a 4-hour origin. Bounced on it too. You retire on YouTube. Oh, look, he might have a chance. Might have a chance of this going up for a little bit. At least to there. That's 2%. Okay. Haven't looked at grass in a while. This is another one that Marty's saying everyone should buy. Yeah, that's a hard no. That was your trade there, just that one candle. 6%. Oh, let me buy a bag of that Sin token and then I'll shill it, eh? Yeah, well, if this ever does recover, it could get a move between there and there. Just set an alert there. That's lost that level. This is maybe something. Little 7%er. Or 4. Or if it goes all the way to that hole, 20. So that's something. Just based off this level back here. It's been whacked by this. In fact, there's a few that could bounce here, so that could bounce. That could bounce. Mm. What's this thing? So this is a really good, that's a little 4%, 4% on a daily hold if it comes back there. That would be a, whatever that token is, MUSD. That sounds like a stable coin. It's got a couple little greedy entries down the bottom there as well. Can you show us when we can short ZEC? Okay. Oh boy. Well, that's got to be the world's longest accumulation. Whales will definitely bring tears on that one. Look at it go. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, just FYI, range trend. Broken, retest, whoop. That's how you find those. Try that on monthly. What we got going on here? This could be where you short it. Okay, so wait for roughly 478 and check if it starts to roll over. It's actually next month it will hard close this break level as well. So it's going to want to retest 193 at some point. In fact, this thing's going to create so many tiers. It's going to want to retest 79. It's going to want to retest 82. And it's going to want to retest 51. Oh. But it has retested. So the only level that this thing has actually properly broken is $34. It's broken and retested. Everything else is just tears waiting to happen. In fact, that one too. Any chance there's interest to start beginners courses advanced or CCTA? Yeah, there is. I'm not a very structured person when it comes to that kind of stuff, making videos. And thank you, by the way. Thank you. You've just increased my YouTube revenue by over 10%. um, yeah, I'm not a very structured person when it comes to creating uh, videos and stuff. And I have a someone who is a very structured professional person who owns a large content creation company who has approached me to kind of help do it or storyboard the whole thing and make it all very proper and professional. It's just about finding the time to do it. And yeah, I'm I'm going over it in my brain at the moment. It's much easier to sit here and just go through charts and actually take trades and do what I would normally do because this is just what I would be doing. Um, but also, yeah, I kind of get it. It's not very structured. You could join one of these things and hear some random guy saying all sorts of things you just don't understand. Yeah, I'd be, but for shorting Zcash, I'd look for this. And when? Well, it's got 29 days to blow off top through that trend. But if it starts to pull back, and if by the end of November it's under that trend again, well, then it's probably a happening thing that it's going to come all the way back down here, and there will be tears. Whale accumulation, pump, get everybody shilling and buying it. Down, 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 down. Oh, let's see if there's anything bigger. 2 month. Nope. Okay. Just for educational sake, this is why you got to be careful about wick touches, by the way. See this sneaky little yellow candle down here tapped the wick of that, which meant that the hold level may not hold and the candle just goes straight through it. Gotta watch out for that kind of thing. Look at that range trend, so it just popped. And then it had that range trend, which it just it's come from the underside of it, so it's gonna want to come back down. And that. So it might also just reject there, but that's a long time away, so maybe not. Um, Yeah, I probably will, but once I'm sure that everything is over. Yeah, so that was a weekly range trend that it went up and over there, bounced off the top of it. There's another weekly up here. That's about 514. Is it? So there's an older one. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah, older better when you're trying to find this stuff. Okay. So we've got more break levels. Start again. So you see this range trend from this hold that runs through here. It got created there, candle closed above it, tapped it, and then went on the next leg up. Okay. So it's got to find some kind of resistance, at least equivalent to that. It's above this break level from back here in 2021. It's got this range trend up here. So that's probably a good start. So just based on the weekly, that would be 503. So the higher time frame range trend is lower down, which was about 478. So if it wicks through, um, like you can refine a hold level inside a hold candle, you can refine a trend as well, which gets fun. So if you've got a weekly range trend up here at 504, that's kind of inside that 2 month or 3 month. So it may end up going up to that one, tapping that, and then the target for it, first TP is back to the range trend at about 299, and then second TP will be the hold level, um, wick or lower, which is about 287 through to 262. So yeah, that could be the point. And it hasn't hard closed the break level, so Jesus, this thing's got some pretty high range trends though, eh? Check that out. That one's up there at 2270. This one's up here at like 6 grand. Got to remember the whales have been accumulating this for judging by that, 2 to 3 years. Question is, how much greed do they have? For when it falls. Oh no. It's going to fall. That trend there was the one that created the previous long phase of um, downwards spiral. So that's pretty high. What's that? That's a pretty big chunk. Hmm. Um, how can they? Well, that depends on how many people have bought it and how those people or what those people believe around where it can go. So if you imagine like say every Bitcoin cycle, it gets to wherever the top ends up being, and then there's just every man and his dog and every shitfluencer is out there talking about how it's going to go higher. It's like, oh, it's going to go to 250,000. It's going to go to a million. Whatever number they come up with. So people don't sell. They they sit there and they buy, and meanwhile the whales are selling, um, and everyone else is buying because they don't realize that high is the high, and there's so much talk about how it's going to go higher, and uh, yeah, and once they've unloaded, well, guess what? It goes down. There's usually some event or whatever, um, and then they start to sell. And if you took 10% of a whale's bag and they unloaded 90% at the high, and then they just started market selling the last 10%, they can drive the price down. And at that point, then people start to fear because they've bought $70,000 Bitcoin, and suddenly it's 50,000, and they're going, oh look, it's not going to 250,000. So then they start to sell, and then it just becomes a snowball effect. So it's kind of the whole point of FUD as well. Like when the price is really really low and everyone is screaming FUD, it stops other people from buying, and then if those other people don't buy, there's no one to sell against them as the price goes up. And if they've capitulated all these buyers out because back in whatever this was, so when people bought this at like 300 and something back in 2021, and then they saw it get really low and then go up to a lower high, and then get really low and a lower high, and then they saw it go down to kind of nothing. Eventually they might have just capitulated and got rid of it all, thinking it's never going to go back up again. Meanwhile, the only people that have this are the whales who are accumulating it and buying it cheap off all those people. So when they decide to push it up like this, there are no sellers. They all capitulated their their spot through here. And then woomph. I mean, there'd be some. Saying it all is probably an over exaggeration, but there'd be some people that just kept holding it or forgot about it, had it in their wallet, probably just opened it up, in the last couple of weeks and went, oh, damn, we're back to where we were when we bought it in 2021. So normally these things have already blown up like this before they start been really shilled, and the amount that will be owned through certain players through all of this is way bigger than what is getting bought as this is going up. So yeah, it's just, and then once other people start buying it up, they don't really have to buy it up anymore. Their cost base is nice and low. The people who think it's going to go forever are actually creating the effect through speculation, and the whales won't be selling too much into them, but they will be selling to them as it goes up. So how could they drive it up to 6,000? Well, it's pretty easy, really. Just don't sell. If they have a bulk of the supply, just don't sell and just keep shilling it. Yeah. Supply and demand, right? Like, there's no magical button to just make the price move from here to here. There is simply supply and demand. But if you have all of the supply, you can choose whether it's on the market or not for sale, and therefore pretty much control the supply aspect. And then demand is about hopes and dreams. People think it's going to go up, just like when they did back here. When people were buying this at $300 something all the way back then, yeah, they weren't buying it because they thought it was going to go down. They're buying it because they thought it was going to keep going. Tough, tough, tough. Hmm. So Bitcoin's pulling back, taking the gloss off everything. Ugh, even our little poop coin's coming back a bit. Yeah, it may be that this just can't do much. Sol might just be stuck under this daily, at least until it can shift it to the bottom. Then it might be able to bounce, because it kind of needs to be on top of that trend to bounce up to this hold. Unless there is just a short squeeze or something that lets it wick all the way through, but yep. London in 2 hours. Sol might get some strength back when it hits. Excuse me, when it hits this down here at 16731. Or this trend might bounce back to that, because that's kind of in the middle. Retire on A16Z. Oh, love it. Ooh, might be able to take a backside hold. For 50 cents. Break level. That. Ooh, maybe a first touch of the range trend. Actually, this here too. Got that origin level there, 185.948 on the 15-minute. It's no wonder it just is stuck more or less sideways, because there's just so many small support levels and trends and everything through here. And if this actually goes up from this break level and then doesn't come back and touch it, then it creates another one in here as well. So it's just continuously keeping itself stuck. It's like it's waiting for something. Check out this. It's a lot of cake. And it's not just the short-term stuff. Look at all this high time frame stuff, all the way up to 242, 243-ish. And this little bit down here at like 173. One of those time frames on Sol today, or yesterday, start back. That one. So this has a backside trend that it could retest in the 170s. There was another one that was really, really, really clean. So even that one is just really clean. That should just be bouncing. And that. So you get a range trend down there at that 177, 179 area. That should be pushing up into there. And this. $177. First touch of the range trend. Back to 191 at the hold. Why is Sol my main trading coin? Size, mostly, and the amount that it used to move. Lately, it's been a little boring, but it's as you can see, it's just stuck in the middle of so much stuff now. But mostly size. If you try to open up really big orders, I actually don't know how. Like you see these people who uh, post online these really big wins that they make off these really low cap shitcoins. I don't know how that works. If you've ever opened a really large position on a really low cap coin, it's actually really hard to close it. You can market close it, but obviously the spread is atrocious. Or you try to um, limit out of it. You have to sort of sell out of it in little chunks, basically, and or twop out of it. Like every time it goes over a certain price, you just sell a little bit, and then over again you sell a little bit. Um, as soon as the candle starts to pump up, you start selling just to try and close the position. But yeah, I don't know how they open. It's like on Hyperliquid because you can see what people are doing on Hyperliquid. Most of the big positions that you see are going to be BTC or ETH or that kind of stuff. Even Pepe, quite a big token, but you don't see people doing $300 million positions on shitcoins. And yet you do all over X somehow. Whether it's fake, don't know, maybe. But yeah, Sol's good because it's big enough to open big positions, but it moves enough to make it worth it. Yeah, A16Z. Um, right, yeah, so this level that it's already bouncing off right here is a 4-hour origin level. And if it hard closes over this level, it will test these next levels up, which you got a backside level there. Just need to be careful there isn't a just work top, always work top down. So make sure that there isn't like a daily origin in the middle of the 4 hours, but there's not. Jeez, there is right there. So it's actually already run into that daily level from the looks of things here. Turn on the cheat tool. Right. Daily origin levels. So maybe leave this one till tomorrow and see if it closes over this 0.0864. And if it does, then it's going to hunt this one, which is basically 10 cents. So you get about a 14% move in there. If it doesn't get over that level, then it's probably going to start to retest. And it came from the underside of that origin. So that would be 0.0757. And it is hard closing this one, which is the 0.0701. So it could come down and bounce off that really nicely. And it has hard closed and retested the lower one. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. But it's also closing high enough up to create a full range. So yeah, tomorrow, if it hard closes above the origin, aim for the next one. If it doesn't, then aim for catching a retest probably just in here. Either the 1618 fib or the origin at 0.0701, and then take it back to the 2618 fib as if it's going to build a range. Okay, and you could TP some there, and then set your other TP for the test of the origin there again, your next TP for the test of the origin. You could also just put TPs on the fib levels, because if it creates a range off this candle, which it almost certainly looks like that's what it's trying to do, then it'll blah blah, it'll go through all those. Yeah, it could. I mean, it's entirely possible we're already in the bear market. But if we look at what the charts are saying and the things that we factually know can happen, we know Bitcoin. If we look at a really high time frame, we know Bitcoin should retest this. Even if it's still in a bull market, it should retest this trend. And there it is at 94. And if it does retest that trend, it should bounce. And will that bounce give us a higher high? No promise of that, but will it give us a higher price than where we are now? Definitely. And if we look at the weekly has dumped down, but it's pulling back up above the range trend because it started above the range trend. I mean, it looks like it wants to go up. This 117 level that people think it'll never go back to, well, it's really likely it does. Very, very likely it does, because we could potentially just get a weekend pump, you know. Like this candle started from the top of the downtrend. It started from the top of a range trend. It's come down. It's at these horizontal levels, and none of those horizontal levels are technically origin levels, but this one from back here is. This is the main thing that's holding up the weekly range. And that candle, if it just keeps pulling up, then the next thing it hits, equivalent to this 108, 108,350 level, is this 117,855 level. So, and then all it takes is to close over that level, and then the equivalent level is the 124 level. So it only takes one weekly candle to close in one spot to then be at the top again. That's all it actually takes. And if we look at, say, the 2-month, well, if this is the range candle that's actually controlling the range, we have hard closed above 103. Could we come down and retest the trend at 100 and then bounce back up to 118? Definitely. Could we go to 118 first and then come down? That's also definitely possible. It's just in the middle. So it's not really saying that the market is a bear market. In fact, what it's actually saying is that even if it goes down, it probably will go back up. I'd be more worried if it goes up. And then we look at the monthly. We didn't create a whole candle to the downside. We shifted the trend. We have a trend to bounce off now, and we have targets to the upside. We also have a prior broken trend to retest at 122. So could we go down? Yes. Would we bounce up? Definitely got a target to bounce up. So, yep. Stuff like this. We've swept the trend. Next time we touch the trend, maybe after that we're in a bear market. Maybe. If we go down first and we retest the 96 or that 94, 95 trend, which is prior broken, then we could bounce up. So, I don't know, just, we're on the wrong side of the trend. We've got a hold level. If we retest anything up inside here, do we come back to the hold level? Probably. If we go to the hold level, do we then bounce up to this? Yep, probably. So I think there's one more big move coming. And if it's up first, it's probably the move to liquidate the shorts and then sell off all the stuff that was bought. I mean, that big dip that they had on October 10, someone bought all that. Money doesn't disappear from the market. Traders, like when you win, someone else loses against your contract. And when you lose, someone else wins against your contract. And so that money is there. If they, and particularly the other side of it too, is that so much of it was because of unified collateral. So that means actual Bitcoin got bought by people, actual Poo coins got bought by people. So if it is to, if we do get one final blow off top on all of these tokens, it's because they're selling what they got cheap. So most of these timeframes look like there's a dump coming, but they look like they could pump back up afterwards. And yeah, 5 months. Yeah, it's a real time frame, and it's got confluence with everything else. So dump and then go back up based on that, or pump and then go down. Soul is falling off a cliff. Ah, okay. This is tricky. So this is how you dismantle something. You close a candle with a flat bottom, you shift the trend, and then you open on the underside of the trend, and it rejects straight off the back of the trend. This is liquidity hunting type price action. I check every single close that's coming, and basically just check them for confluence. So this little thingy over here, this is set up in the Discord, so there's that channel that gives you updates on what closes there are. But basically what it's saying is that, you know, we've got today we've got a 5-day close, a 61-day close, and of course a 1-day, and then tomorrow we've got all these multi-days plus the weekly. So what I would do on, say, a day like today is I'd also look at the 5-day for tomorrow and just see if there's anything stand out on it that might explain where price is going to go. Because when you get close to a close, you get basically the effect of polarity. So this 5-day candle, let's update my colors. Been gradually changing all these colors. Okay. Bit nicer on the eyes. So this closes tomorrow. What are the implications of this close? Well, we know we've got a origin level on the 5-day here at 184,827. So if they push the price under that and they try to keep it under that, then it means that maybe they want to break it down. So then what could support it? Well, we've got the wick, the test, and the failed distribution of these three candles, and that gives us this level here at 175.617. So they might be trying to push the price below 184 to be able to reach down to maybe 175. But there's also another level. There's this this level at 179.856, and we've talked about that recently because that was a daily level, right? But it's also a origin level on the 5-day. So, you know, they might be trying to push under 184.827 so that they can challenge 179.856 and 175.617. And then, of course, we've got 61, you know, that's another one. So, and then we've got 145, which would be, you know, an epic dive. We've also got another range trend coming through here on the reverse. So, you know, if they were to push it down below the range trend, that'd be really bearish. Like you're going to be, there will be like a black swan or something if they do that, and it'll probably dive down here to like 142. So, you know, you look at these things ahead of time and you just go, oh, okay, is there some implication for what they might be trying to do today to then have some form of effect tomorrow? And yeah, you just check them all out, see if there's any confluence between the levels. Yeah, pretty critical area if they were to push it down. But there's key levels that you'd buy on, and you just have to apportion your entries so that if it did do a big wick because of some kind of, you know, grey swan, black swan, or whatever, you just make sure you pick up the most at the lowest levels and the least at the upper levels. And if it bounces off the upper levels, you just make less on your trades. That's all. And you can check the fib levels of the candles to see whether they've been completed. Oops, but not using that tool because that's the wrong tool. So check this whole candle here. Have we reached our minimum target? Yes, we have, 183. Did it hard close into 183? Yeah, it did. So you don't really want to see it back down under there again, because then it might try level 2, which is 152. So might be a bearish video tomorrow, you never know. So we got tomorrow 61. So look at 61. Might already have a 61 actually. Let's see, 61 day. Yep. Okay, so 61 day. So we move the support trend on the 61 day tomorrow. It goes to there. We get a range trend. It's even better. Goes there. Don't have a hold level. Got a break level. Got an origin level. Got a trend. That won't be there anymore. If we dip and touch this, granted, yes, these are like 150s we're talking, but if we touch these, we bounce. So it can definitely move. What else we got? We've got this interior trend. We're not hard closing it, but we're above it. 178, 179. You know, so it could take off from there. So, do I have visitors? I have weirdos. Okay. Unfortunately, so many of these timeframes still have that 202, 204 sort of trend, which is kind of in the way. I wonder if that went up, down, up, or down, up. See, just even this as an example, this whole candle which got engulfed at this yellow line, the first time we went into the one is here. You see how we've bounced along here several times? The target for this is 230, and it's only really struggling with that trend. So if it can get over 204, then it goes up to that at 230. It's just so when you zoom out at it, it's hard to tell because it just looks like a big doji, but you know, it engulfed here. This candle opened. This candle went up first, even though it hadn't actually technically triggered the hold level. So it went up because there would have been another reason. And then it's come back, it's triggered the hold level. And so now and then it's come up, it's hit the trend, it's come back down. And basically it's just been stuck between this hold and this trend. And if that trend, if it can get above there, you're at 230. So And the whole point of hold levels is to break trends, so we'll see. Four hits. Yeah, I mean, if it hits that trend again, it'll probably go through it. How many times it's hit it? So hold, trend 1, hold, trend 2, hold. Yeah. So and we got a daily origin in there now, so okay, we got that one too. So both of these levels are capable of challenging that trend. Personally, I think this thing's going to go up. It's just a case of you can't mortgage your bloody house on it because there's so much liquidity in close proximity to the downside. They will almost certainly take something to the downside before they go up. Yeah, 178 to 202. I mean, do you know how rich you can get if you just take trades between 178 and 202 in the directional bias because you know it's going to go between that hold and that trend? As established by a 61-day chart that no one ever looks at. Extract. It's going to be the best sound. Okay, so did that answer? Yeah, I suppose that answered that question. So yes, I do look at basically every time frame as they close, and I look for confluence and yeah, that's what I reckon. I reckon this damn thing's geared to go up. It's just about taking out as many people as possible before it does it. And I think you'll know when it really is going because it's just going to go. Like there'll be nothing. They'll work it down. They'll V-shape recovery it, and it'll pump. But it's I honestly thought that that would have done it, and they would have really taken off from there. But it's not too different to what they did with the old Trump inauguration or whatever. But they actually came up and they engulfed both candles. They then bounced off the top, went up, got everyone chasing, came back to the bottom, and then accumulated, then went. So they made the structure to do it here, but they just didn't go high enough on the first pump. So it's a bit weird. We had down there. Yeah, it was this. So this was the Trumpy blah blah. So they liquidate everybody, and then they do their initial bounce off the back side of the second candle, which is this level here. So they hard close, pump up to the 2. It's like a really fast pump. Everyone chases that pump, and then you shift this to the next candle down. Then they come down here, and then they get you to basically all the people that chase the top start to sell here, and then they come back up again. And then they go down, take the greedy levels, the most accumulation, and then the real move begins after that until we get up to that 4th level, then we dump. So yeah, that's kind of what I was initially thinking was going to happen here. I thought they'd do the big October 10 thing, they'd V-shape it up above here, then they'd do the major pump off this one, then the bleed down, then the blah blah accumulation, etc. off that one, but they just never went there. Sadness. Mm. The close overall was very bad, very bearish. There's a lot of high time frame stuff that just on BTC particularly that's just ready to fall off a cliff. And then there's some lower time frame stuff that might complete first, may not. As it currently stands, Sol's kind of just had a little pump and now it's just bleeding down. Mostly they're just building liquidity. It's getting denser and denser both top side and bottom side. So the move will probably come over the weekend, I'd say. Saturday, Sunday. So you might see a Sunday dump or pump or both. Whichever side they take tomorrow will probably be reversed through next week. So you might get, I don't know. Don't know which way first. If I could tell you which way first, I'd have way bigger positions open. I mean, if that stays like that for the rest of the day, it's going to open back up on top of the trend, and then that means tomorrow it'll be a Sunday pump rather than a. What day is it for everybody? It is Saturday, yeah. So Sunday pump, if that opens there, but it's got 17 hours to not do that. So, and BTC is strong at the moment against Sol, but then that's because Sol is heading down here to this origin support. So when it taps that origin support, it could easily flip and Sol could become stronger than BTC. So time is on my side. And so we've moved the trend to the underside now, so this is gonna want to try to go up, but it's got the backside level here and it's opened under the origin level, so it's probably going to dump. Let's see if it's that 3-minute level inside that whole candle. Oh, what's our shitcoin doing? Nothing. Okay. Looks good. Looks okay. I think this is probably the one to focus on as well tomorrow, just if it builds that daily origin down here. Just take the Aster trade. And this one, if it creates the origin support here at 59144 and breaks the downtrend, then start to build the position. If the wick's really long, the trend will move, it'll reject to the origin will push it to the hold. So it depends on the wick. But start to build the position and then TP into the hold. Looks like they're going to grab some of that liquidity. So that's pretty bearish. Still got an hour to go on this candle though, so it could just bounce back up. I think this is, like when we watched, I think it was yesterday, or maybe the day before, on one of the live streams, there was a candle that just came down like this, and it was just down for almost the entire time the candle was open, and maybe within the last 20 minutes, it started to creep back up. Just when everyone starts to get confident that they should open a short, and then it goes the other way. Yeah, we suck again. So it's hard closed under the range trend and landed on the origin level from back here. So it seems to have started from the top side of it, so probably. So it could just move back up to here. Problem is it needs to move the trend, or it needs to recover the trend, one or the other. Is that worth taking? Nope. 0.26%. Now, if that was a poo coin, that'd be like 2 or 3%. It's a bit random. Yeah, probably. What you kind of want is, yeah, this level. This 184 point something. Probably exactly what you're looking at, actually. 184.471. That could be a good place. You got a range trend, you've got an origin level. Not a bad place to add for, but it's only 0.5% back to the break level. And then if it goes up to the hold, yeah, 1% back to the hold. Let's see if it closes up in here. There's actually a band of 100x leverage that's just opened up right here at that hold candle too. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if it comes back up here. That's that's that little red line right there. In fact, in 10 minutes, the trend will move to the wick, and then it could bounce the trend and go to that hold level. And all of those people who have just opened those 100x trades are going to get liquidated. Nine minutes. Things like the telltale signs as to whether it may push up before down is things like whether they creep back up inside the range before they close the candle, because then it's usually a liquidity sweep from below the range and then it heads up. And if they close under the break here, then normally they're going to go down before up. There's so much Zcash shilling going on, eh? Normies haven't even heard of Zcash yet. Been here for 3 cycles. The game is simple. If you survive and hodl, you get rich. Golly. It kind of gives me something to do when I'm just sitting here doing pretty much nothing other than watching little candles move around and buying and selling when they hit certain levels. Um, Part of it's to help out some of the guys in the Discord too, like um, Blue and Charger, and that they want to do something. Truth is that there's very little motivation to get up in the morning when everything's kind of too easy and you can just go and earn a bunch of money and that kind of stuff. So it's something to do, you know. I've retired relatively young and don't have a hell of a lot to do. So that's kind of the motivation. Met some pretty cool people over the last year or two as well. You should see some of the DMs I get too, which is quite cool. Just people who are, there's a lot of people that lurk in the silence and or lurk in silence and just follow what's going on, and you get DMs because the guy's been able to buy his wife a, well, sorry, fiance an engagement ring. Um, there's one guy who basically traded away their house fund, him and his partner's house fund, and um, after following for a while, he's actually been able to make some wins, and he's been able to recover 80% of the money that he burnt in his from their fund for buying a house, and there's sort of so there's some feel good stuff to it too, really. Like, oh, I'm not at the top. I don't have a private jet or the inclination to fly anywhere really, but it's yeah, I went from working 14 plus hour days in a relatively high pressure environment to doing nothing. So it gives you something to do. And when I say doing nothing, trading's not doing nothing, but it's just there's so much of it's just waiting, waiting, waiting to get your TP, waiting to get your entry, waiting for the trend to move, waiting for the candle to go back up in the range just before it closes, like we were saying. Just waiting. Tell you what I did have yesterday. I had Taco Bell for like the first time ever. I remember watching this movie, Demolition Man, and in that movie, for some reason, my entire life I had the mindset that Taco Bell was like these tiny little things, like three little nacho chips on a plate or something, and it wouldn't be a meal. And I ordered this Taco Bell thing, and it was just like huge. It's just huge, and yeah, I couldn't eat it. Correct, correct. Yeah, yeah. I turned 40 last year, so retired in my late 30s. Oh, doesn't take more than a couple of years of just doing it properly, and you could retire. I didn't actually think it was that bad. I mean, the food was okay. I'm also really not that picky. So, well, that's a lot of alerts. What just happened? So we got 1 hour origins created. We've got all sorts going on actually. Let's have a look. So 4 hours still got a bit to go. So this is kind of about where you would expect if they're going to start pulling the 4 hour candle up, it would probably start around now. It closes within an hour. Um, and so it's broken and hard closed this 186.413 level. It's really got to get back above that. It's kind of creating this spot here, which is like that spot's got quite a lot of resistance, quite important. So it's got the backside of the range trend, it's got the normal trend, it's got the broken origin level on the 1 hour there. So it could reject from there, or quite heavily, or if it gets back over top of it, it can pump because it's got all of that stuff that it'd be breaking if it gets back over top. And that was that move that we didn't take because it's just too small. So bounced off the origin, went back up, created the engulfment, got on the correct side of the trend, got on the correct side of the downtrend. So that's, yeah, you can see. So you can see how the stuff just moves from level to level, type for type. And then what's the implications of that? Well, in this case, it's got back above a trend, it's created a hold level, so it could look to push up. So it's going to get through that range trend. You meant dumpster. Waste disposal unit. I put some cool things in the house over the last couple of years, just things that always used to bug me, like waste disposal units, which were just always crappy, really noisy, took ages to break uh, down anything, and you pretty much had to throw half your food in a bin anyway, because the waste disposal unit just simply couldn't deal with it. So I put this really big one in there, which just literally destroys everything. I put a complete solid corn cob down it, and it just obliterated it. It's quite cool. So you can put down like large things of celery, and it just like goes down like something out of a horror movie. So I wasted so much food after having it installed because I was just like, I just want to put everything down it, see what it can do. So, bones gone. Neighbors beware. Um, no, I stopped doing keto. I ended up just losing too much weight. I was literally looked like I was a meth addict. Um, I thought it was so. Yeah, I mean, we we've created a clause on Sol that basically means one of two things. We either have a normal structural rejection and we go down and then we go up, and that's totally normal, or we've created a marker point for a blow off top. So yeah, we don't know which one because we're not psychic like that. But the waste disposal is definitely a toy. uh, I also put in these really super high powered uh, bathroom fans where the motor for the fan and the everything for the fan actually lives on the outside of the house, and so they basically make no noise in the bathroom. They're just silent apart from some sound of the air moving and no steam. You know, great, that's awesome. And one day I went and turned was a couple of things that are problematic though. One is when they're running, you can't shut the bathroom door just by like trying to swing the door shut because the amount of air pressure coming through the door is so much that it creates almost a curtain. So you've actually got to hold the door handle and shut the bathroom door if the fan's running. And the other one is one day I went in there and I went to turn it on and there was a fly. And of course I turned the fan on and just sucked the fly straight out through the fan and it was just like gone. It's like, oh, poor fly. Anyway, so, so yeah. You can buy some cool toys, even if they are a bit strange. Get joy out of them. Um, yeah, we're definitely in a simulation. Well, at least the charts are like. Yeah, I mean, my biggest concerns in life is just like what is going to happen for friends and family in the future. Really, there's it's a very different world already, and it is going to be a very different world in another 10 years' time. So those are the kind of things I think about. But yeah, is what it is. Right. Okay, so we've got an engulfment on the 15-minute. Aren't we special? Back above the trend. So you can guess what it's going to do now. It's just going to come back up here. That's exactly where that 100x leverage is sitting, just in here. Someone just tweeted, "Good morning and welcome to whatever Vember, because whatever happens this month, it can't be worse than October." Oh, funny. Yeah. Even just the ability for normal AI to do so much so quickly, even though it's all just information that it gets from what it finds, that is all just stuff people already knew, but it just putting it together. Some of the like cancer treatments and stuff like that that it's been able to figure out. They're all things people would have figured out if people had put one plus one together, but there's just so many combinations. It's hard for humans to go through them all. And yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, what if they wick the low? Could be inversely worse too. It could be everyone gets so bearish they'll start shorting and we go to an all-time high. Like look how dense this Sol liquidity is getting just in both directions. So normally when you see this kind of thing leading into a weekend, you're going to have some kind of pump and then it's going to, or some kind of dump, and then you're going to get a recovery. But if you compare it to the high time frame, and that's where it really is quite different right now, we got this high time frame bands up here in the 130s, so that's above all time highs. It's getting really dense in through here, so it shouldn't be any problem to get back to 117. It could just be a cascade effect. Like they wouldn't really have to spend a lot of money to buy the price up there. They just spend enough to start stopping out the trades, and then the trades would just stop out the next one and the next one and the next one, and then you got that big gap. So it all kind of makes sense that they might push it up to 117 and then have a retrace. But there's not really a lot of reason to retrace that deep. Like you might come to 100k. There's nothing on here that actually says that they're going to go real low, but there's definitely something's coming. It's these positions have been open for long enough now that they are absolutely targets, for anyone who wants to open something or sell something. And then you look at Sol. Sol's got hardly any reason to go below 172, but it's got a hell of a lot of reason to trigger this. Like if it just sneaks into that and then continues to cascade, it gets up. It can get up pretty high pretty quick. And that level up there, that 258. So 250, what was it, 259 or 258.8 is that next major rejection zone. So they can just take all of that and then done. And it could happen. I don't know what would be the catalyst. Have to be some catalyst. We've already got an ETF out. Maybe when the BlackRock ETF gets released, they press the button. I don't know. I just don't see how these people are going to survive. All these. Right. London in 49 minutes. 45. Can't even read my screen. Cheap date. Cool. Hard close back up above the level. Back up above the trend. Wick too long. Damn it. Yeah. That's my theory on if too many people are starting to think it. Like, have you seen how many people are rage quitting on X? Like, it's just nuts. Influencers tired. Like, they're just worn out. And I was watching a watching a video last night or a live stream last night, and this lady was she was just incoherently babbling, and she was sober, and I put in the text something like, "You seem really tired," and actually got a response with, "Yes, I am really tired." But that's the way the market is. People are rage quitting. People are tired. People are giving up. People think it's going to go hugely down. Well, it doesn't have to go down. It all just depends on how it closes. If it goes to 117, takes all that liquidity, yes, it's a high time frame resistance level, but it can have a pullback from it, and then it can recover and it can go back up and it can close over it. And if it closes over it, it's a support level, and then off it goes, up to the 120s. And the I think I worked out we can get to the 120s in 5 days if we just have a couple of normal closes in the right places. So it can totally happen. Yep. So we're retesting the prior broken trend to see if it's going to be resistance or regain as support. And the fact is we break one downtrend, little candle wants to go to hold. That's the and sometimes it's really slow process, like because trends and other stupid little things get in the way. Sometimes it has to do this and draw a smiley face and put some eyes on it and do that and then and then it goes there. Such a cheap date. Yeah, I saw someone talking the other day about how cycles are actually from low to low rather than high to high or something like that. And so their theory was that it the bull market can go longer, it just means the bear market low will come sooner. They should reject off it pretty instantly, but I wouldn't just because if it is the blow off top, it might be that one time that they go through it. Um, but yeah, it should reject pretty much instantaneously. Yeah. I guess the beauty of being able to shift your highs left to right is you're never wrong. I will actually very much laugh if the candles create a smiley face, but instead they're probably just going to go to the 186 level and be boring candles. Hmm. Favorite little coins doing nothing. Come on. Job done. Wow. Trader lost. Um, okay. Think. Good question. Um, I lost a trade on this one time, which might have been in here somewhere. Maybe on that fall. Nope. That. Somewhere in there. Might have been that. Nope, wasn't that. I lost a trade on grass at one point. It was on this token, and it wasn't that. That played out. Um, sure, it was in there. Might have been that. Yeah, it was that. I lost this trade. That was a very high risk trade, but it didn't quite, for whatever reason, enter the body. And then when it did enter the body, it just went straight through it. But it was also single candle, not a range. It was trending down. Um, I was just expecting it to actually at least bounce back to trend, which so that was the trend at the time. So I looked at this and went, okay, well the trend is all the way up there. We haven't we got a break level here, which could be, a target as well. So taking that into account, I thought, okay, well, looks pretty free and clear. We'll enter in here and we'll take 1618 break level and trend. And nope, it decided otherwise, and off it went. So that got stopped out. Hmm. Yeah, I don't lose too many. I at 27% of my trades I would add to the entries and take partial TPs. So it's about but the concept behind that is just because you're laddering in, and I'll only ladder in to a certain point, and I will never extend the risk. So if there was a say there was a 4 hour level inside a daily level, I would treat the 4 hour level as if it was its own individual trade, even though the target is still the daily level. But if the daily level was to fail, I don't want the risk to be higher on the trade. So I would enter and I would TP. And so on the exchange, that actually registers as you have made a loss because you're actually taking a TP at a loss. But if it reaches the daily target, then you've actually increased the amount of money you make at the daily target because of how you averaged your entry. So about 27% of the high time frame trades I would take some form of partial loss on them, but it actually then just gets returned when they reach their target. So it's not really a loss, but I look at the numbers like that and just, yeah, I don't think. If I copied and pasted it, the cool thing is you'd be like, oh, this guy's normal because he makes losses. Little do people know they're just partial trades inside trades. But you do lose some occasionally because they just absolutely dump, you know. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's it. Because you like if there's a backup, it's like don't take a trade on a whole candle if you can't find any interior refinements. Like if there's nothing inside of it, if it's all broken, then what happens if you just lose that one top level? There's absolutely nothing else left to bounce off inside the level. So you just don't take it. There'll be another one. Um, and yeah, you could also go. You could try and simplify that a little bit, and you could say like, because the whole thing about the 50% retrace, blah blah, only take levels maybe that are below the 50% retrace, or at least at, because you might find that the stuff that's about a 38% retrace or 32 to 38% retrace will bounce in really bullish times and banana zone and all those fancy terms. But if you're looking at normal retracements and reversals, if you take the stuff that's below 50, you'll probably win. If you take the stuff that's um, above 50, then it better be bullish at the time. Um, you can be even more picky, like don't take it if the wick's been touched, that sort of stuff. Um, don't take. What else would you not take? Don't take the ones that are range formation because they're more risky, but at the same time, like, say this one, yeah, it's still played out. Backside hold candle, heaps of stuff in front of it, but yeah, still played out. Yeah, this would be risky. Still played out. It's you got break level untouched, break level touched. So you'd have to assume that the trend is up because this hasn't been hit. This has been hit. So you're shorting against trend. Still, you won, and kind of risky because you had a full engulfment, including the wick. You had a retest of the wick, not the body, but the wick. So already kind of the candle's been tested, still played out. So that, like in my opinion, that's a trade like I would just go, no, I don't really want to take this trade because there's it's against trend. Wick's already been tested. I've already hit the break level. So I wonder if it went down after that. Probably did. Let's see. Yep. Deviation above. So deviation above the origin. Dump. Yeah. But I mean, the other side of it too is that I would look at a trade like this one and look where we're at now. You know, big trade. Until I'm only interested in this. Only interested in that 5%. Nothing more. And yeah, I'd have a lot more money if I kept it going like that. But who's to say it was going to? You know, you got a range trend it had to get through. In fact, it's actually completely abnormal that that thing did that. So if you take that 5% trade and you find one 5% trade a day, I can go on about that. You know, the numbers on 1% are huge. So 5% means you could take a few days off and still have a nice big growing bag of money. And afterwards, you just cry a little bit on the inside because you look at that and you go, geez, it went up 30%. But oh well. Probabilities, right? You got an origin level. So that was a high probability rejection. Still went through it. This is kind of why I also don't like a lot of these kind of Polish coins. Just they do stuff like this, whereas things like Sol just tend to behave. You don't get huge weird deviations in them. Most of what it does is very explainable. But I can kind of see the appeal with how much it moves. Yeah. Funny thing is, everything's always in the middle of a range somewhere. Just depends how big the range is, how far you sort of zoom out. But yeah, daily stuff like this. If we get a daily close there, it's really bullish. Going to come up and smack into this. But it also shows it's probably going to be quite boring for the next 16 hours because there's not too much that can do. It's got to get through some trends, or it's going to bounce off support again. But I think the fun will be tomorrow. You got stuff like this. All it has to do is bounce on the backside of that and go there. But they just don't seem to want to let it. Somewhere in here we have a horrible one. So that's not too bad on Sol, but on BTC the 8-day is bad. That. Imagine closing under those range trends, making a support trend, and now it could come back up here to the hold, but the hold's already been tested, so it could come back up to 117. So this is freaky because it's lost the entire range by hard closing underneath it. And the last time this thing lost that range, it dropped by like 20k. But it might, just through sheer fluke of this new trend, be able to push to 117 before it dumps. So, and if it somehow stays up there and closes over 117, then it will push to the 120s. Good luck getting over that. Right. London in 15 minutes. If London is boring and nothing happens, then I'm just going to go sit on the couch and watch some TV. Yes. So we got to the 186 area. Woohoo! 648 subscribers. That's pretty cool. Time to see what London do. These are the kind of weekly levels you just really got to be watching for weekly close. Do not want that candle sneaking in under there. So definitely we want a Sunday pump. Hmm. Building out the channel. No, it's not really that tiresome. I mean, if I didn't want to answer a question, it's pretty easy. Just don't answer it. So, can still go and sit on the couch and do nothing if I want to. Cool thing is that there's plenty of people who actually also know the answer. Half the time I get up in the morning and I have a look at the questions people have asked me in Discord, and then I see that 3 lines down someone else has answered it anyway, so it's fine. So if you ever wonder why I don't respond, it's actually just because someone else has probably already answered it, or I don't always check DMs because I get quite a few of those, but it's but I try to eventually. Good morning. So this is total market cap daily. Just got to wonder why that thing is not just bouncing back up here. Pause button. Even that. It's just waiting. It's just waiting for a bounce. That's our problem. Unpause. Yeah. All it takes is for this trend tomorrow to move to that wick, and then that thing can go bounce. It doesn't really have to do anything. It's just move that damn trend. Still hasn't actually technically taken that 186 liquidity either. It's like 186 point something. 186.5. It's more or less that target there. Right. I'm just going to go find another drink. Be back in a sec. How long till London? Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, I can get back in 5 minutes. Right. Got some chicken tenders in the air fryer. Okay. This is the kind of hold that is really easy to break because all it has to do is close kind of just up inside the hold, but on top of the trend. And by doing that, it can pretty much just bounce off the trend and go up. Very, very risky hold to short. Yeah, plus you got, there's actually a range trend in there as well, which is there. Morning. So you can't there's a updated version of the indicator which actually would show that range trend, but this yellow candle can't create a range trend. It's the next blue to close into the blue, so it's there to there. So then you've got range trend trying to break a hold. If it closes over the top of normal trend, then it could bounce off that and push up as well. So pretty easy to break that hold if it wants to. Yes. Yes. Got the air conditioning pretty cold at the moment, so I'm kind of awake. Maybe a bit too cold. little bit more. No, push up. Okay. Oh, pump 4 hour horizontal. Why? Why did we put an alert on pump? Any reason? Let's see. Was there a trade on pump? Um, 4 hour. NZ has air conditioners. We use them more for heating though, because it gets colder here than it does in Australia. Because we are different countries. And neither one of us is a state of the other. Don't know why I had an alert set on that. Four-hour crossing down. Nope, not doing anything with that. I think this is pulled back a little bit. Yep, back in under the range trend. So we'll look to add if it comes down to there. And that's going all right. Okay. The flags don't lie. We've got a different amount of stars, I think. Pretty sure it's different. Sure we're different. Our beaches aren't as nice. Women aren't as nice. No offense if there's any New Zealand women in the chat there, but I've always found women in Australia to be much nicer. Yeah, close was really shitty. We're pretty much just on borrowed time. We're likely to push up into some kind of resistance and then dump. Asia's been baking cake. We have large amounts of liquidity, top and bottom. Best guess, the highest you'll probably see is maybe that 1700 area and then down, but that would be the highest. We're already in an area where we could reject pretty much anything from 110, 450 or above is danger zone, and we've already hit that. So that was that lovely little tap there, and 1 minute's kind of been on a downtrend ever since, so never know. Sol, on the other hand, should go up a little bit, but we're kind of waiting for it to find some kind of support reason to actually go up, which at the moment it's trying. It's really trying. It's a little engine that could. So mostly the issue is the daily, which just may not resolve itself until tomorrow. Yeah, this. Yeah, keep an eye on Sui. It's got some support levels here that if it gets back over them, it'll bounce off them and then it'll head up here. So there might be a trade on Sui tomorrow. You could start a position on hype if you wanted to, based on the bounce of the prior trend. See if it comes back up here to the hold, or just wait and see if it comes down into the hold down here and then long it. Fartcoin, if it tests the prior broken trend, which would be a lot lower, down around that 26 cent area, back up to the underside of all this, or up to the hold. We'll just wait and see if it closes and engulfs tomorrow, opens on the other side of the trend above the supports, and then long it back up to there. That ran away. But if it does come back, there'll be a trade. It did come from the wrong side of that break level, and it will hard close this origin level. So it's almost certain that it's at least going to pull back to that 0.698, 0.7 sort of area. And then if it does, it should bounce back up again and maybe even have continuation up to these higher levels. So it's probably not a time to long it just now, but our stars are red. Really? I'm going to Google that. What's the New Zealand flag look like? NZ flag versus Australian flag. I'm not the first person to Google it. Oh, well. So we don't have a Commonwealth star. We've got 4 stars. You've got 5. Yeah, we've got red stars with white borders. You've just got white stars. You've got that. And you got that. Oh, you do too. You got that little other little extra star. So the people who designed our flag must have been drunk. They must have just not realized there was that extra star in the Southern Cross. That's weird. The grass is always greener. Don't know if it is in a hot country. Sometimes it's brown. But anyway. Looking for a trend break on this, potentially tomorrow. And then if it bounces down to 59144, instant long, love it. If it doesn't, then still the trend break will initiate a move back to the hold. So just, ladder in if it comes down, if it hits the trend, whatever it does. It doesn't really matter what it does. If it breaks this trend, it will come back here eventually. It's just kind of how good's your entry and do you hold it long enough to get back to the hole. If it closes with a big wick like that, then it'll almost certainly at least pull back a bit before it goes up. ETH looks like it's going to try and open on the top side of the trend. It's got new origin support, both these levels around that 3816 area, 338. So it's gearing up for a bounce. Asta, we just want to see that this closes without touching the 0.9494. If we get a dump in any of these markets tonight, then you could take the long at 0.8550. But until tomorrow it might move that support higher, but for tonight it's down here. So if you get either of those, great. Run it up to the hold. And I think that's pretty much the recap. Yeah, and Sol is probably stuck until tomorrow. It's the easiest way for it to get out of this is to move the trend to the underside and then go. So it's probably, I don't know, maybe New York algos kick in and give it a boot, send it up, but it's I'd be more worried about what happens when it hits these 191 levels. Once it gets into this hold candle on the 2-day and the daily, it's like obligations met, maybe time to dump. So, and then we get some of these really big time frames like this one, which have got all the support sitting in about that 170 area. If we dip back to that new trend, first touch of new interior trend, that could be it. Hit that massive narrative, great, blah blah blah, go to the moon, and then we'll just sit there running it up to 259. So at some point that thing's going to crack. You're welcome. This is topside range trend. This could tap 181 and head to 209. Yeah. Break. Just break already. London's open, still boring. Hmm. So if this hard closes up here on BTC, it'll probably try to push up to there, which would be above the range break. I think Sol's going to go and grab that 100x liquidity now. Oh, hello. Feel free to chuck questions in the chat or smart comments, jokes, all acceptable. Oh, Binance. In your BTC 4-hour chart, you have 3 tight supports. BTC. Okay, let's do this. Wow. Okay, so it's on the daily trend. Definitely on the daily trend. And got a 1 hour above it. It's just stuck, isn't it? Okay. So from a 4-hour support perspective, this is the one that would be most important to me, the 107,469, because I know it'll get a first time bounce if it dives down to that. But then you've got ones like this, which so this was support and it deviated, came back up, and then that was the bounce of it there. So when you get this kind of deviation, you typically aren't going back down there again. That was the liquidity sweep, and then this was the trade, the bounce to the exact cent there. So it probably isn't going to go down there. It's more likely to stay up inside here. And then you've got that one, which got swept there, got lost, got back above, but we are possibly going to hard close that as support again with this candle, if this candle actually closes up. So then you might get a bounce off that. So then you got to find the next one, which is not that one, not that one, not that one, still not even that one, and not that one. So then you got to look at it from the other direction, and it could be that one. What else we got above there? No ranges until that one. So yeah, if it hard closes in here, the next level is basically that 111,260. If it gets above 11260, then starts to move something older, so there's that. There's that. And yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately all these levels actually matter. um, yeah, it's just even stuff like this from back here, which you wouldn't think means much, but then that's why it, this blue candle down here hard closes this old level. This rejects that level because it's hard closed, and then you get a bounce because of this, and then this becomes support, and then you get a deviation back above, and then it acts as support to push it up. So these types of levels never really change. They're always there. They reject, they become support. It's all just how the candle closes and whether it hard closes it. But yeah, the outer parts of the range are basically here for a bounce, and kind of something higher. And there. That's never been touched. Actually, also that. And I may be missing something, but not a chromosome. Like this is the kind of level back here through the FVG that can reject at about 118, but it's not really a polarized level like this is. Like this is really super polarized level. Like you can see what happened when we hit that break level. It was create break, hit break, wow, down it goes. And hence the statement of take profits into break levels, because eventually you're going to run into one like that. And I think that touched up there. Yeah, and also that, which started it. Yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question, but you can't really simplify it. You've sort of got to be aware of the levels, and then it's like we got 3 hours and 29 minutes to go on this candle. So if it does something like create a hold level in this candle, so by closing up, then you can say that this candle down here is the start of a new range. And so then you can do that, and then you can assume that you're going to try to travel through these levels. So you don't really know until it closes, because these are the first steps. So these types of levels are the first steps in range creation. So it's like that's why that candle created a range, why the top was there. So hits the level, creates the range, closes over, bounces off it. Next level, bounces, fails down. Yeah. So closing over this level from the past is also hard closing this level from the now. So if it does that, then testing that level or up to there makes sense. Then you've got this hold in here, which is going to try and reject the price. And if we refine that to the 1 hour, so the 1 hour's got this backside hold here as a refined level inside, and it's got that the front side. Go back to the 4 hour. Let's see. Yep. So it could travel up into there and hit that target at the same time. Yeah, I mean, there's so many levels on the lower time frames that if you actually turn them all on, there'd be so many lines on your screen. You've sort of got the range, right? So as this starts to range upwards, this becomes the backside to whatever front side is going to get created. And what happens on the chart here is generally due to this. But then there's certain types of levels that matter even if they're here. And when this was ranging up, the levels that were here or probably more like that, they mattered as well. So eventually these levels matter less, but it's very, very, very hard to say when that is because this level, well, let's find one like, where is one? That one. Okay, so just take this level on a 4-hour chart is at 8 a.m. So it's also an 8-hour level. So this level back here, 20, so that could be 2. So if we just flip that over to 8-hour chart, yeah. So this level was the same level on a 4-hour and an 8-hour, and it's rejected as per the 4-hour. It might not have rejected as an 8-hour. So it doesn't look like it's quite touched it. So it hasn't quite touched it as an 8-hour. So levels like that can be kind of more important because they appear across a lower and a higher time frame, and they might have rejected on one time frame, but they haven't rejected on the other one yet. So therefore, there's still a more important, bigger level yet to reject, even though they have rejected on the lower time frame. So my theory, which is still very much needs to be tested, is that some of these levels can appear over like one of the biggest ones, the 124539 level. It's on 14 different time frames so far, and it will be on more time frames as we get more closing. So how many times can that thing reject? Well, probably quite a bit. And where are the individual targets for each one of those? Some of them will be really close because they're smaller time frames. Some of them will be really far away because they're bigger time frames. And it's kind of hard to say when a level eventually becomes irrelevant, but I think it becomes irrelevant once every single time frame that it ever exists on, from 1 minute to 100 days or whatever it might be, once they all have played out their reaction. Because the thing that's consistent about charts is whatever time frame you choose, the structure is the same. But some of those time frames have not closed when the structure of the lower time frames have. So if the lower time frames have played out, but the higher time frames haven't, and the higher time frames haven't actually closed yet, well, then that makes sense that they haven't played out because they haven't closed. But they will play out off the same level once they have closed, because that's the first time they touch it after they've closed. And that's a long rant, but anyway. So yeah, how many candles do I look back? Well, probably just depends on the level. The beautiful thing about high time frame charting is that there's just no noise. Like if you just trade it on a weekly, these levels don't matter. They break, they reject. All that's happening is the weekly candle is going up and down, up and down, up and down, but eventually it ends up at its target. It just takes a long time. What do I think algos are doing that have them all respecting market structure? They're all just copying what works, and therefore it makes it work even more. I mean, there's certain aspects to algos that are very psychological, like how a candle opens and it pumps, but by the time it closes, it's dumped. And that's the kind of thing that just gets people chasing, builds liquidity. And I think pretty much the design of algos, if you had to summarize it, is they're trying to induce people to enter the market and make bad decisions to create liquidity for them to enter the market to buy at a discount and sell at a premium, or vice versa. That's kind of the summary of it. And because it works, and because human beings will never change, they'll never change. For a hold. This one isn't. This one isn't. No. They're all pretty straightforward. Yeah, they're all pretty normal holds. This is an advanced hold up here. So you have to take into account that this candle may have moved up and down inside that and broken a whole bunch of levels. Probably has, given how high the wick is. So you have to really dig into that one. That's an advanced hold. Disguised by an evil doji. Evil doji. That was an advanced hold. Probably pretty stuffed, given that that went all the way down there, back up again. Okay. Just gonna go see if my chicken's ready. Uh, Definitely weekdays. Weekends are often just slow, boring cake building followed by a trap. Um, the so they're non engulfed, or they're engulfed by a series of candles. So, and as such, they can be completely eroded and basically have absolutely no support inside of them. And in which case, you take a trade on them and you just get blown out of the water. Um, like that one. Okay, so it's a blue candle. It is the so to to summarize holds. Holds are the first candle before a range happens. So this yellow candle here, as weird as it sounds, that yellow candle is actually the hold for this range. But the thing is, the price never closed below the hold, so it was never going to reject off that hold because it wasn't below it. um, but this candle, this blue candle, is the one at the base of this range. So once this candle gets engulfed, it can actually support a move up, and it did it actually off here. So these two candles here bounced off it and went up and created that range, and so on. The rest is history. And because these candles bounced from here, there is probably still some kind of support left inside that. And so you can refine it down and basically take that and let's just turn this on. Oh, we're going up. Oh, we're going up. Yay. Okay, so you could take that candle and you're probably looking for something below wherever the other ones bounce. So you're definitely looking below the one. And so let's try a little thing on there. Oops. And so you've got that as a level, but it's more likely that. And that has bounced with that one. So that's kind of like another advanced hold inside an advanced hold. So then we go, well, that's already bounced, so we're not going to look at that. And then we look in here and we go, oh, yeah. So this is tested. All of this stuff isn't ranging. You got an origin level here. So it could be that. It could be this. So you put this here and you go, okay, well, we've got a 15-minute hold inside there. And we've got a 15-minute origin in there. And then we'll go down in 5-minute. And you're just looking for fractally something ahead. Nothing. You can go backwards in time with origin levels. So you can say, because this 5-minute origin created this 15-minute origin, so you can actually go back in time with those. But yeah. And we'll try 3-minute. Okay, and there's a perfect 3-minute greedy hold down here. And there's another one there, so we'll try this one. 3-minute. And on Bitcoin, you can sort of go down to about 15 seconds, but we won't do that. The bigger the token, the more refined you can sort of get as far as finding levels, but yeah, maybe we'll do it. Let's have a look. 30 seconds. You may not get a 30-second level, but you can give it a shot. Yep. So you kind of got one down there. Just that wick. 30 second. Just put it on there. Let's see. And then can't even remember what time frame we started with now. So you got all these levels that are like right down inside the base of that whole candle. And I don't know which one you hit, but you hit something. So it didn't quite make it to the 15 minutes, so it sort of bounced. Oh, sorry, it bounced off that 15 minute. Didn't quite make it to the origin level. And and so that was your trade. There. On a daily basis, which isn't what we were looking at. See, this is what happens when you drink too much. Don't trade and drink. Right, we were looking at that. Okay. So your 4 hour bounced off this originally. Then we did the 15-minute level, which is this one. That gave us a bounce. Then we hit those other levels and we got a bounce, but we only got a bounce back to the one. So basically the whole level was failing by that point. So by the time we hit the origin, the 3-minute, the 30-second levels, like all these levels down here, then it was over. It never made its way back to the 112. So that's the ones that you can pretty much get a trade on most of the time and win are going to be this one here, because it's kind of in range. But because it's in range, quite often once you're out of the range, so after this blue candle up here, sometimes you'll be able to get another level within the hold level if there's something that hasn't been touched, and that's what these are. So that's it's more risky, but it's that trade back to the 1618 again. So you've got from there to there as one trade, then you've got from here to there as another trade, and then you've got these levels all the way right down in here, but it failed. It's too late. Yeah, so hold levels can bounce more than once, but more risk the more times, and obviously the greedier the level on the inside. So chicken. Spicy. So Soul's still working its way up. So once you get a pretty good understanding about how price action works, you become quite chill, because you know what's going to happen. It's just a case of how long. And the problem with things like trends is all they do is delay stuff. Candles close with a big wick to the upside, a trend gets over top of it, it rejects off the trend, it has to spend time. You need a candle then to close over the top of the trend to open the next candle, and so on and so forth. And nothing's really a surprise anymore. You just know that I'm going to enter here, I'm going to exit there, and it's either going to take 5 minutes or 50 minutes or 50 hours for my trade to play out, but it will just do it eventually. It's just time. And a lot of that's why you look at the heat maps, because the trade's not going to play out if there just isn't liquidity. Like it's so much more efficient to use someone else's stop losses to cascade price in a certain direction than it is to spend your own money. So once everyone's in the game, they get used to move the price. How can I tell? It's time escalation. So if price reverses it in a moment, like say in a second, that price starts to reverse, the first thing it has to do is build a 1 second range. And then when a 1 second range breaks, the breaking of a 1 second range might be like a 30-second hold. And then when a 30-second hold creates a 30-second range, that could be like a 3-minute hold. So it's kind of just time evolves and it continues to evolve until eventually it runs into something bigger than what it has evolved to, and then that can reverse the price. And then the whole process starts, but in the opposite direction. So it starts to go to the downside, and it starts at a 1 second range, and then it becomes, the next and the next and the next and the next. And if it's given enough time, it can evolve to something bigger to break whatever is there as resistance. So that's kind of why you say, like, the more time it spends here, the more likely it is that we're going to get a bigger scale of support or resistance. It's just time. Mm. Hence V-shaped recoveries. They don't spend any time at the low level, so therefore they don't build any bigger resistance. Nearly there. A little bit more. Um, I don't know what the brand is, but I actually quite like those. They come in like Nashville or Louisiana type ones, but I actually prefer the crispy burger buns to the tenders because you get more chicken and less coating because it's kind of like a bigger rounder thing rather than being a skinny thing. If that makes sense. So if you can see this little dashed line through here, that's the prior broken trend. Quite often they actually act as resistance, but they can also be recovered. So if you look where these candles reject there, and this one pulled back down, and then this one rejected directly off it without actually touching the downtrend. This has just tapped it again. So it's a good idea to keep at least the current and the prior trend on. Yeah. So if you can't actively sit there and watch the trade, then you need to just ladder in. You've also got to be careful to delete the other orders if the trade plays out. I've done that before. Like I've had 3 or 4 orders set up. I've gone to bed. I've woken up in the morning. The couple of the orders have been hit. They've gone to the target. The price has rolled over, gone down, hit the greedier entries, but the trade of that level has already played out. And then of course the greedier entries don't go to target, and then you end up having to go to plan B, which was your next stage down to get out of that top stage. So yeah, if you can't actively manage it, you kind of just have to ladder in, but make sure you oh, there we go. That was an origin first touch. What was that on? 60 minute. There we go. Tap, tap. Target hit. Don't you just love it how it goes exactly to the line? As if you honestly thought you had any control over what price really is doing. Kind of funny. Let's. Yeah. So yeah. You can size it however you sort of want, but it depends kind of on the amount of levels and the gaps between the levels, because what with every amount that you put into the trade, what you're aiming to do is bring your average into profit if the prior level becomes resistance, which would mostly happen like so. Not that it's happened here, but say this candle here, if too much time is spent down in here, the top of this candle can actually become resistance rather than support. So if you're entering on various different levels, your goal would always be that you want your average to be below the initial entry. But unfortunately, the same thing applies for like the entry inside the entry. So in other words, you've got to make sure that your size gets bigger as it goes down, to the degree that your entry can always be lower but still profitable. And it doesn't really happen terribly often. Like if you entered on this candle here, as an example, now, then you're going to be able to take the price up. It's just going to take longer, and maybe it comes down here before it goes up. But structurally, if we consider what we've got here now, this candle closed. We have another 1 hour origin level here. So price is evolving. We've bounced from a trend. We've created an origin level. We've created a hold. We're probably going to bounce somewhere in this area, in this hold, and then we're going to travel up to a new target. What we've got fighting us is we've got this advanced hold on the other side here. It's created this rejection, which is kind of why it went straight to that line. It's going to try and push down into the hold. There's probably some kind of level inside this hold that this is going to go to, which here we go, so it's doing it now. And that'll be a refined level that you'd probably be able to find if you looked inside here. Like here's this 15 minute, here's the back side, it could be the back side, it could be the front side. So these would be, that's been tested, that hasn't, here we go, that's what it hit. Right, so it's trying to head to this as per the short from above, but it's run into, first and foremost, a refined level inside the long, which is why it's now bouncing off that exact point there. There might then be something lower than that, which is going to be and here. No, it's tested. So it could be 3 minute. You got this one down here, so it could go all the way down to there. But we're trying to find something relatively close to what this target is. There's nothing there. So, and there it is. It's like magic, right? They always have structure built to allow the price to do whatever it's going to do. And look at that. It's like within a third decimal place, there is a refinable level inside that whole candle that matches the target of the short. So at some point in the future, although it's bounced off a different level inside the long, what the hell were we on? 1 hour. So it's bounced off a 15-minute level inside the long, and it's traveling up, and that's because we are now inside a whole candle. But there is an exact level at the target of the short. So at some point, probably, and maybe after this is completed the long, so let's see. So maybe after it goes back up here, at some point it's going to roll over and it's going to come back down here and it's going to hit the 3-minute level inside of that candle that perfectly lines up with the destination target of the short. And whoever designed this thing is just freaking incredible. But it's just structure and levels, and you can find them all, and you can take trades on them if they're worth it based on fees. And that's a really fast example of what's happening right now in real life. Where's this? Weirdest thing about living down a long driveway is you get all these weird people who just come down your driveway and go to your gate. Don't know why. Chicken. Could you freestyle a bit around spotting liquidity grades versus normal price action? Yep. It's to do with trends. Okay, so the fastest way to escalate price in a certain direction is just to close candles with no wicks and have them on the wrong side of trends. Um, mm. You'd have to find a time that it was actually happening, and you'd have to find the time frames. But so it would have been happening. Could be happening here. That looks like a grab to the upside. Oh wait, I don't actually want to mess with this chart. I actually use this chart for trading. Let's do a new one. We're here. Okay. Okay. Right, so if you want to bounce off a trend, you move the trend. So this was here previously. So it's there. In fact, let's just go rewind. So this is kind of like liquidity grab 101. Different type of price action, right? So okay. So first thing they do is they break a trend, which is this candle. It's looking like it's going to break it. Trend moves to there. Okay, it bounces. Now that's because the wick on the candle's too long, and because you've got a hold level up here, so it's going to bounce off the trend. So if they want to do a liquidity grab and they want to go fast, what they're going to do is they're going to change the way they break the trend. So I'll show you that happening. Okay, so here, big dive below the trend, and yet it does not actually break the trend. So therefore it doesn't move the trend. There is no support at the bottom of that wick. It's just below grabbing liquidity. So that's that's the first thing. Then the next candle can do whatever it wants. It can go down because it doesn't have any trend support because the trend is still up here. Now it's not going to have any trend support if they close it with a really flat bottom wick, or it's going to have some kind of support if it has a wick, right? So what happens next is this trend will move to the bottom of that, and it has a wick, so it can bounce, okay? But if they really just want to keep cascading price down, what they'll do is they'll close the candles when the trend shifts, and they'll close it in a way that there is no ability to bounce because the next candle will open on the other side of the trend. So it's a noticeable sort of behavior that let's see if we can see any of it. Just gonna play around here for a bit. Might just go up now, who knows. Click, 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 click. Yep, up, trends. Yep, trend moves. Okay, so here we go. So once again, dive doesn't break the trend, so it doesn't move the support. So then it ends up coming down to this one, but it closes just underneath it from the looks of that. Bounce. Down. Okay. Underneath the main trend. Rejects off the backside of it. This one will move the trend. Bounce. So it's not letting it break the trend to the upside. Creates with a wick, bounces. This might actually go up a bit more, might do, because it still hasn't technically hit the hold. Yep, there we go. Closes on the wrong side of the trend, dump. Under that one, under that one, bounce. So the thing you can never quite tell is because they haven't hard closed the trend, they may still go up. But if they want to do a liquidity grab, the difference is that it just rejects straight off the backside of that trend. It just keeps going down. And all you see is you see the trend moves, rejects off the back, goes down, trend moves, rejects off the back, goes down. So in that case, it was 50-50. They chose up. But they're also choosing not to actually break or hard close this one. Support, rejection, liquidity grab behavior, straight down through all of them, under the trend. See if it rejects off the backside. It does. Trend will move. Support. No. Liquidity grab behavior. Down it goes. Trend moves. Bounce. back in under the trend because it's not hard closed. Stuck in this little wedge. They choose down. Could have grab behavior. So this is kind of the thing you start to see. Rejecting off the inside of the trend, breaking through. So whatever was happening at that particular time, they were diving to try and find lower liquidity. And they pretty much just start using trends to do it. And so you don't always get a move back to horizontal levels, like you don't always come back to the top of the hold here or that kind of stuff, because it just keeps on rejecting off some kind of trend that gets created. And then amongst all this, there'd be other time frames closing because that's a 1 hour. So, for 4 of these candles, there'd then be a 4-hour close, and that 4-hour close might be moving a trend, which then actually changes, could support or reject as well. And then they start allowing it to open over the top of the trend again and bouncing off the backside and moving up. And then even that, which is it opened under, but they're letting it push up because it actually regained that prior broken trend. And back down. Support back to the hold. So yeah, a lot of it, like if you sort of want to know what a liquidity grab price action looks like, more often than not, it's just trend moves, candle opens under trend, and rejects off it, or candle goes right through a trend, doesn't move the trend, and then allows it to actually dump another candle because there is no trend support because it never moved the trend. So that's what liquidity grabs end up looking like from a PA perspective. Good morning. Chicken. Mm. And flat tops, no little wicks, or flat tops, tiny little wicks. This is what it looks like when they're trying to let the price go up. Hold levels, engulfments, trend expanding upwards. And now they've hit their target. Goodbye. And meanwhile, over in the land of liquidity, it's getting really dense. So once that little gap up there is filled, pretty much they could just do a squeeze all the way up to the daily target if they wanted to. But the problem will be the daily trend, which is still here. And you can still do a sweep up there. Same way those candles you just saw before pushed down through the trend, but didn't technically break the trend or move the trend. There's no reason why that can't just push up there, hit that. The only thing is, if it does that, the chances of it ends up pulling back down again is really, really high. So the more sustainable way to range up is actually just to spend the day being boring and sideways, move the trend to the bottom of the candle, bounce off it, target the hold, daily move complete. Unfortunately, not till tomorrow. And yeah, the less sustainable way to do it is just to wick up through all of that, hit the level, and reject. Big time. Retire a shitcoin. Funny. Good old Zcash just doesn't want to die, does it? Range trend, hold. %2 scalp, 1.9. Catch you later. So Hong Kong closes in 34 minutes. So sometimes the London session or London behavior doesn't really show itself until after Hong Kong closes because they kind of overlap. So you might see something in about 34 minutes as far as direction of price move up or down. Bats vs aliens. And if it still doesn't, then I'm definitely going to go watch TV. Wait for this thing. Good. Being stuck under a daily trend probably isn't going to change too much until tomorrow. Now that I've had dinner. Yeah, I don't know if it's ever going to be very safe um, to keep positions open for a long period of time. But you can't really pinpoint exactly what's changed in the market other than it's a lot bigger now. Like there's a lot more money, a lot more leverage. some of these leverage events that we're having now would have been considered like FTX crashes, and they're just daily liquidations now. So I don't know. I think you pretty much just have to take high probability moves, genuinely be a day trader. And I mean, you might have a position that you leave open overnight, but it's more about the time frame of the position than anything else. I don't think don't think it'd be wise to open up a monthly long. I think you're just better off to take if the monthly long is going to play out, you're just better off to take every single short term move that exists within it and just go in and out rather than sitting there holding it. because yeah, they just, as soon as the liquidity is there, the greed of the large players right now is that they want it to open their positions. It's probably just a factor of more money. Like you've got people now trying to make $1 billion P&L off a single trade. To open the position in the first place, they've got to liquidate a whole heap of people so that they can actually open it without extreme spread. So yeah, it's just stuff like that's kind of different compared to what it was 4 years ago. But the good news is you don't need to. If you want to make money, you can just do it off the small or medium moves that are happening every single day. 4-hour charts, daily charts. Just be careful at the bigger levels so that you don't run into one without realizing it, and then close your trade and have a good night's sleep. All right. 15 minutes. Yeah. Hold levels and trends. I remember Tau from way back. I think I had spot of that, and I remember buying it sub 200. I think it got up to like $600 or $700. I think when I sold it, it probably went a lot higher, but oh, yeah, bought it down here, sold it somewhere in there. Oh, that's a hell of an engulfment. Look at that. That's kind of what I was expecting to see Sol do. Like that's just nuts. Yeah. I didn't even know what the hell this thing was when I bought it. All I saw was just this reversal down here. So, oh, yeah, we'll take that. Look at that volume. So this is probably getting shilled everywhere, I'd say, looking at this. But give this another day, and it's going to hard close that 475 level, and then the next level it's going to hunt out is the 682, which has probably got some historic confluence as it typically does. So tested level, tested level. Here you go. Body, wick, hold level. Yeah. Yeah, so it's probably going to go another 40% based on that. It'll go back to about where I sold it. Yep, I think that's going to be it. So that was your weekly origin level there at the top, which created the reversal. And then that was your quote unquote blow off top before the dump. So 679, level 2, 682, so about that. Ooh, I don't know if I can be bothered waiting for London now. Too tired. It's kind of sad to say that, like, all these tokens that are actually getting shelled, a lot of them are actually probably going to go higher in price than now, and they're all worthless, and they will all crash, and they're not like sustainable businesses that are returning anything real to anybody anywhere. All they are is the ones that large whales have chosen to accumulate over a long period of time, and they're going to pump them, and they're going to sell them into people, and then they're going to dump them. But if you want to make money, a lot of them actually still have a bit of room to go. So although you're not really at the bottom of them, and you could have bought them when no one was talking about them, and or when people were fudding them and they were bad, a lot of them still actually have space to go. It sort of shows that they might push them up another 40% or more or whatever, which is sad but good because as long as you just don't get suckered in by it's going to save the planet narrative and just take the trade and make the money. I wonder if Atom ever recovered. Mm. It's just a shit coin like everything else. But hey, if it closes up over that range trend, it'll pump, and all of this is just um, kind of like low time frame noise. Like it's nice to learn it from an educational perspective, but if we zoom out on this thing, it's in daily or weekly breakouts. It's going to go up. It's just going to maybe stuff around a bit on its way, but past 2 cents is where it becomes more of a no man's land at this point. If you get to close over there, maybe it's got to be something like a. I have to find which level it's on, but maybe a 1 hour. 1, 2, 3 candles, so maybe slightly more than a 1 hour. If it's something, it's not a 4 hour, it's like bigger than 1 hour, so maybe 2 hour close or something up here is enough to send it up again. Yeah, Fartcoin's definitely going to save the planet. Apart from the gases, bad for the well, they call it global warming. If everyone buys Fartcoin, the ice caps will melt. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Where's the fart? There's the fart. Yeah, just if it closes up here tomorrow, who cares what the point of it is? Just longer back to the hold. And yeah, probably just don't expect Sol to be terribly strong until it hits this. At which point it should regain a bit of strength. For now, it's just painful. Other things like this, obviously that could create a hold level, which would give more rejection, but It could also wick down, wick back up again, close below, create a range trend support bounce. So you know how that plays out in the next 16 minutes. Kind of a bit of a dip and then a recovery, then a close, then a range trend, then a bounce could be positive. Flat bottom like that, bad. Interior trend gets created, opens on the wrong side of it, goes down, closing below parts of this candle, and with a flat bottom, even more bad. So it's kind of how does it close? Yeah. I think most things point to this coming back down here. Should give a reasonable bounce off those levels. So we'll create something like that. So if that does manage to close up here, yeah, I think I go to sleep.